So, as you know, our long title for this project is Promotion of Peaceful and Accountable Electoral Participation. Not that we are condemning protests, but we want to encourage a participatory approach. Our journey, that is the timelines, what we aim to achieve, expected outcomes, and our shared responsibility. We want to appreciate the Canadian High Commission for believing in our mission, for seeing what could come out of this engagement, for reading through the document, the proposal document, and seeing intentions and feeling the feeling that not be communicated any other way but through that document that we shared with them, and they thought this was a worthwhile project to invest in. I want to state that there is no mistake as to why we chose KISUMU. The historical evidences that we have, the past experiences that we've had as a community, as that there is need to encourage more, is need to safeguard the development of KISUMU as a county. The why for me, the personal why for me is I actually have family in KISUMU, and anytime there's disruption, the first thing I do is to make a phone call and ask, are you guys okay? What is the state of KISUMU? How are things in KISUMU? I am extremely passionate about KISUMU. As a young advocate, I did my clinical, they're called clinicals in KISUMU. I loved KISUMU from the word go. I have not had the opportunity to work in KISUMU yet, but if I got it, I would definitely work in KISUMU. I love how you get into KISUMU. Yesterday we got into KISUMU and I felt at home. I felt at peace. I felt like I had arrived. There's a way in which even your mental health improves by just being in this town. And I'm thinking, this is what we need to protect. This is what we need to safeguard. Hallelujah, the congregation. You may not feel it. If you come from Nairobi, where we come from, the hustle and the bustle is so intense, like it is so cutthroat. You come here and you feel like I can actually thrive here. And I'm so honored to be here. I'm so honored to be able to give back to a community that I actually belong in. Amen? Amen? We are not going to turn it into a sermon, lakini. Why are we picking KISUMU? KISUMU, apart from the personal experiences that I've had with the county, I just want to say that the cost of violence has been huge for us as a county. Like, can say what has been the impact of election-related violence, and it has taken us back in terms of investment. It has taken us back in terms of growth, economic growth. It has taken us back in terms of stability, and we want to safeguard KISUMU for the next election. I just want to say that even as I was thinking about this, the other reason that KISUMU was ringing in my mind, to be very sincere, I cannot read the mood of KISUMU. I don't know how to relate. In past political settings, it's very easy to tell where the poor community is, how aligned, But the mood here is very as we speak currently, and I'm wondering, I've been from a mental health perspective, is this before the storm, yes. Is there conversation that we need to have before then to ensure that the calm that we have is the real calm that we will have back when we actually do the elections? So we want to ensure that in our dialogues, we are championing building human beings or growing human beings who can champion peaceful elections, who can ensure that build a community that we can actually trust. We've seen a lot of mistrust in the electoral processes. We've seen a lot of mistrust in security institutions. And it is a call on us during this sensitization forum to take matters into our own hands to safeguard our communities, not through violence, not through, not through physical agitations, but through dialogue. We want to encourage localized civic education. There are certain conversations that are specific to us as a county that we need to encourage to ensure that full elections. We are also trying to ensure in this project, which our donors are very keen on, that all groups are accessed. All groups benefit from these dialogues. All groups champion peace. So we are keen on the youths participating, women, persons with disabilities, all gender, and we are confident that in our gathering for the next 3 days, that this will be achieved. So what is our goal? Our goal is to mitigate electoral violence, to enhance democratic accountability in Kisumu County. Kisumu is so beautiful. I cannot overemphasize that. In and out, you'd have to live outside to appreciate how beautiful Kisumu is. And that is what we want to safeguard. What is our vision? Our vision is to ensure a Kisumu where citizens actively and peacefully participate in elections, trusting in the process and its outcomes. And so we are so honored to have KISUMU LSK participating with us. They're going to take us through the processes, what to expect in terms of outcomes with regards to the legal procedures and all that. And the reason as to why this conversation is very important to us, sometimes our reactions, sometimes our approaches are as a result of misinformation, and we need to have conversations about misinformation so that people are well informed and they know what to expect. How will we achieve this? We want to strengthen legal oversight, and that is why we have our advocates present here. I hope our lawyers are present. I see some, but I hope the ones who are invited to participate are here. The community leaders are very much here. We want to empower community leaders as civic educators and our communities. When it comes to electoral observation, this is an arm of the project that we hope to achieve, maybe not within this forum, but as funding and time we will be able to achieve. So the reason as to why we have both the legal and the grassroots is to encourage and foster collaborative. We want to ensure that persons with legal experience and the grassroots champions are able to come together and forge and develop work plans as a community that will ensure full elections. Our pillar, we have two pillars, but we have one mission. The two pillars, we have the legal arm, which is the advocates, the other arm, which is the community. There is no way we can achieve what this program and the two pillars focused on one mission. And the mission is to ensure a peaceful Kisumu come 2020. Is that okay? Yes. So we are introducing the advocacy expertise to ensure observation and also legal redress. We want to connect our community with lawyers who can actually help get legal redress in the event of any breach. The community arm is so critical for us to dialogue, to enhance civic education. The community leaders are critical. We are critical in building trust, in building resilience. I keep saying that I believe, I could be wrong, this is my personal belief, that the reason is because there's a gap, there's always a gap between expectation and outcome, you know? And so we expect one thing, then the outcome is different. For one reason or another, it could be, the outcome could be different because there was a breach in the processes, there was a breach in, you know, accountability in terms of voter count, in terms of voter count. I don't know if that is correct. But for whatever reason, there is a gap between the outcome and the outcome, the expectation and the outcome, right? And so I am a strong believer in mental health, and that is why we have a critical aspect in mental health at the end, as we come to the conclusion of this. It is what we are carrying home. The community leaders, us as community leaders, we are critical in ensuring that we safeguard first our mental health. We manage our own expectations. We regulate our desires in terms of outcomes, because we eventually and ultimately will interact with the community, and we are in a position to regulate the tone in the community to safeguard a peaceful 2027. I hope that makes sense. Yes. Our roadmap, we shared this briefly during our inception meeting. This is a project that has been running from September 2025 this year, and we will close out next year in February. Basically, we intended to have an inception meeting, which we did. It was a successful meeting. I am so grateful to everyone who managed to participate, everyone who presented, everyone who gave their thoughts and their opinions. We tried to incorporate as much as what we got with the timelines into the program for these 3 days, so that we are able to address the concerns. But I want to emphasize that the solutions for the community will come from us, will come from these dialogues, will come from these conversations. Yeah? So that KISUMU can be a benchmark for dialogue and participation, so that KISUMU can be stable come 2027. Another phase which we have been running, and we will begin hopefully running during this sensitization forum, is the advocacy. And the advocacy, we are marrying it together with sustainability. It is okay to have a 3-day sensitization forum, but we don't want the messaging to end after the 3 days. Yeah, okay? We want to continue the messaging up to and post 2027. And so our advocacy campaign is going to be critical. It is going to be, and we want to trust us as participants to continue this advocacy campaign on behalf of the project and on behalf of KISUMU as a county. What we intend to achieve at the end of this is to have at least 85 people sensitized, to ensure sensitized on electoral laws and observation in brief, and also to ensure that we are equipped to address conflict in a mode that encourages mediation and to empower our civic education skills. What we intend to build in KISUMU is a lasting legacy. Yeah, we want to build a lasting legacy. We want to change the narrative for our county. We want to change the storyline. We want, come 2027, that people will be looking at KISUMU and saying, We had a peaceful election. We were able to choose leaders, whether they were the leaders that we desired, who came into power or not. We want to protect the peace of this community. We want to ensure that citizens are engaged, they are informed, not misinformed, they are informed, having the correct information and utilizing that information to build a peaceful community. We want to interrogate and deliberate on ways to enhance accountability through dialogue, enhance accountability in the electoral processes through building, through credible local observers within this county, and time allowing us. Then replication of this model. Once we have safeguarded KISUMU, we want to replicate this with the availability of funds in other counties. What we expect, let me say what I expect of us and what we can expect of each other during these 3 days. We expect all of us to be present and to be engaged. Okay? Present and? I'm doing that to capture your attention. Present and? We are expecting all of us to be present and engaged. We are not here to give solutions. We are here to deliberate on the solutions for KISUMU County. We want another outcome for us is that all of us first, as community leaders, as advocates, we need to embrace dialogue so that we can spread the gospel of dialogue. Then think collaboratively so that when you think about yourself as a participant and you realize that you're a pillar, you are a pillar of peace in KISUMU County, then you will be able to move beyond yourself and ask, how can I contribute to this dialogue? How can I link up with Tinida or Kefiado to ensure that we build a community that is peaceful? How do I engage with the law society in KISUMU and ensure that there's peaceful elections come 2027? Beyond this forum, we want to commit to action that we will not just be hearers, but we will also be doers of that which we will hear today and for the next few days, that we will stay connected, we will maintain and build relationships during this sensitization forum. It's an opportunity for us to network. It's an opportunity for us to get to know what organization or who is handling what, so that you know who to reach out for in case of anything. It's an opportunity to also be an ambassador. And you can be an ambassador through your social media. You can be an ambassador in your community. Let's think about creative ways to be ambassadors. If you post something, tag me on whatever platform I am in. Tag the Law Society of Kenya. Tag the Canadian High Commission so that they know there's an ambassador in KISUMU for peaceful elections. Okay? Yes. So in conclusion, I want to thank you all once again for coming to this forum. But I want to anticipate that I will be appreciating you at the end of this forum for having actively participated, for having brought your voice on board to build a peaceful community come 2027. Okay? We will not take questions right now. We are going to move swiftly to the next presentation. If you have any questions, just note them down. Then we will have a session for deliberations and for engagement with the participants. Okay? Yes, a round of applause for the presentation. Yes, yes. I think I try to maintain my proceed to the next presentation. Any burning reaction?
Thank you very much for the presentation. And it falls smack into what we are looking at within KISUMU. So part of it, as we are looking at it, it would be interesting to see, for example, as we plan, the knowledge of people talking about the regrouping of the issue of the gangs. We'll talk about it when you're talking about the issues of early warning and how we'll deal with it. There's a number of times we talk about the issues of people who have had we having people who then will engage to ensure that the cases meet the threshold for any action to be taken. Because a number of times community members who want justice are told that it did not meet the threshold. So what is the threshold for a case to be taken up by LSK and other legal fraternity to ensure that people who have had a lot of things done to them during elections can actually say that we got reparation?
Before I give it to someone else, William Ruto issued a stern warning to politicians who are using the goons about elections. Is LSK planning to work also with the leaders or sensitize the community and leave the leaders? Thank you.
I think I can take those two reactions in the next 2 minutes, then we progress to the next forum. What I can say is, first, let me, Easter, when you talked, I was like, that's an interesting aspect that we need to interrogate with the KISUMU LSK, because it could actually be an arm of the project, you know, whereby we get funds for a kitty to facilitate pro bono representation for victims of electoral-related violence. I think that's an interesting. I don't want to speak so much about, because currently we have a public interest litigation department in LSK, and it only takes people who are not in a position to represent themselves financially. I don't know if I captured that correct, Linda. Linda, you want to say something? Yes. Linda will say something about that. And what if we can interrogate building an arm into the project and seek funding to get a fund for pro bono representation of victims of election-related violence? Not that we are anticipating, but just as a safeguard, so that if we have those cases, God forbid, then we will know we can run to Dorcas and tell Dorcas, kindly help us assign a pro bono advocate to this person. Then the cost related to their representation would be catered for from the project. I think I can answer it that way, so that then we can think deeper into how to get that. I don't know if that makes sense, Dorcas. Dorcas, we can start with Dorcas, then Linda, yes.
I'm proud to say that we've been very proactive in the region of your query. In the last 2023 finance demonstrations, there were quite a number of people who experienced police brutality. And what we did as LSK KISUMU chapter is that we called out all those who were affected to reach out to us, and majority did. And we took up those cases for those who brought their documents, and the matter is in court. It is pending judgment. So I have to say that LSK, we are very proactive. When these incidences occur in society, we take them up, we react to them. You asked, what is the threshold? Depends on what legal avenue we are taking. If we are taking a civil route, they just need treatment notes, they need witnesses, they need to have taken their statements to IPOA, they need proof of, if there are people who are deceased, probably how they were earning a living. If they want to take up criminal angle, we reach out to ODPP. We work alongside them and alongside with IPOA. We have very good links. If it is a constitutional petition, the threshold is even much lower. It can be filed by an individual, not necessarily the person affected. And if you even look at the petition we filed that is in court, I am the 29th petitioner, and I did it on behalf of KISUMU citizens who are affected by police brutality. So the threshold is something that for constitutional petition is a bit lower. In criminal matters is higher, is beyond reasonable doubt. In civil matters is on a balance of probabilities. Yes, as LSK, we are ready and able to take up the challenge and assist the community. And our rallying call as LSK is to react to matters of promote the rule of law and any legal issues ancillary or related to law. So we are here to serve. Thank you.
Celine, you can give. Thank you so much, Dorcas. You see the importance of these conversations. Now you know that KISUMU Law Society of Kenya has been actively defending the rights of those who have been aggrieved. Yes,
Okay,
Linda.
I just want to add on what Dorcas has said. KISUMU has got branches, and we have the secretariat in Nairobi. So we work through our branches. If the case happened in KISUMU, then we liaise with our branch to handle the cases. The LSK has got directorates. We have the Public Interest Directorate. So the Public Interest Directorate deals with the human rights violations that have happened. So there is a threshold for public interest. We always do class suits where the case involves a substantive number of the public. So when it involves the substantive number of the public, the LSK usually take up those cases. If it is human rights violation, we do petitions on behalf of the affected parties. Apart from that, we had the privilege of getting funding, and the funding has helped so many people who are victims of election violence during the Gen Z Mandamano. So we also have the threshold for pro bono. So we have a pro bono scheme where we have volunteer advocates who assist the indigent, those people who are not able to pay legal services. So the pro bono we receive complaints from members of the public who have been affected, and we run through our pro bono database and assign the cases so that the parties affected can get justice. That's all that I can top up.
Linda, there's a remark right next to you. Maybe you can introduce yourself as you're giving your comment.
Asante. Viva comrades, viva. Viva comrades, viva.
Viva.
Manze kayo cha imeingia nipatie viva na psycho. Viva comrade, viva.
Viva.
More power to the people of KISUMU, more power. More power to the young people, more power. Forward with elections bila noma, forward. Asante sana. Kwa majina naitwa Willy Otiende. Yangu ilikuwa too short. Mimi nataka kuappreciate wakili Dorcas. Mimi hapa hivi ni example. Kitu amesema ni ukweli. Mimi nilivurugwa ile wakati wa maandamano ya Gen Z. Niliumizwa sana. Nilipelekwa hadi kotini. Kamaradi ulikuwa. Na the entire team ya Social Justice Centers Western Kenya. Na appreciate sana, nilisaidiwa. Yeye ndo alinirepresent actually kotini. Na nilitoka sare. Hata saizi bado tunapursue justice. So yangu ilikuwa tu kumappreciate na kusema that tunapenda hiyo leadership yake. For the first time tunaweza kuona saizi LSK Western chapter ina work fiti through a stewardship. So tunamappreciate sana. Asante.
Let's appreciate Dorcas. Thank you so much, Dorcas. I think that's a good testimonial that you are actually doing an impactful work, and it is an affirmation that the choice to begin with KISUMU for this project was a good choice. It was a good decision. So we are so grateful. If we don't have any other comment, I have now exceeded my timelines by 3 minutes. I want to welcome Dorcas for the next session. Yes, Dorcas will be taking us through the next session.
morning, everyone. My name is Dorcas Akinyi-Oluoch. I am the chair, LSK KISUMU chapter, and I'll be taking you through this second session. As they prepare my slide, I'll just go into why a participatory approach. Why is the LSK looking for citizens to participate in the electoral process? Now, if you look at the way society has been reacting to the electoral process is in a reactionary manner instead of being in a participatory manner. And why is a participatory manner important? Participatory approach is important because one, we can minimize and avoid post-election violence. When you participate in electoral processes from the beginning, from registering, from participating as election officers, from participating as and giving ourselves up, especially advocates, to work as commissioners in IEC, from participating in dispute resolution as arbiters, whether it is before the tribunals or before the courts. Another reason is that we want to promote inclusivity and equality. You remember during the Gen Z protests, Gen Z was saying, we want to participate in the election process. They want to participate in the financial process. They want to be heard. So how do we do this in the election process? We have avenues such as this, where we take up feedback, where we interact with each other and find out what hurts, what works, and what best can be done. So this is with a view to promoting inclusivity and equality. We have seen, for example, that our politics is not very inclusive. People say that if you want to participate in politics, you have to have money because it takes up a lot of money to enter into politics and influence politics. People say that if you want to survive in politics, you're better off as a man as opposed to being a woman, right? Yes. So we want a participatory approach because we want to promote inclusivity and equality. We want the youth to be able to participate in politics and the discussions. We want women to be able to participate in politics and discussions. We want marginalized communities to participate in politics and the discussions. And we want people living with disability to be able to have a voice. Another reason, if we want to give legitimacy to election process, we want a situation whereby we do not wait until very last minute to engage with IBC. We want to see continuous registration of voters, not just programs running at the very last minute as we see right now. We want increased engagement such as this with all bodies that work in the electoral process. These are bodies like National Cohesion, NCIC. These are bodies such as EACC that deals with corruption. These are bodies like IEBC, the judiciary, LSK, ODPP. We want increased engagements so that when issues come up, we deal with them at the root cause. We do not wait until we have had elections, then we react. We also want to have a direct say in the democratic process as Kenyan citizens and as we are entitled. We want to promote national unity. We want to influence policy. They say law grows in response to the society, not society bends to the law. So we want to have such engagements as we are having today and come up with policies that can influence the manner in which we run our elections. We also want to encourage tolerance to divergent opinion for a healthy democracy. Democracy must always have a winner and a loser. We want to take away the winner takes it all mentality, and we want to disassociate the issue of an equal resource distribution that is tied to politics. And that is why we are here today for an increased participatory approach to our electoral process in Kenya. We are looking to work together, and I want to underscore, with IBC, with EACC, with the National Police Service, the Registrar of Political Parties, for a wholesome approach to managing a peaceful electoral environment. This year we had training that was sponsored by the Registrar of Political Parties. I can see a few faces here who are at that training, and I'm proud that you were in both meeting in all these spaces. And the reason is that we are carrying forth the discussions and disseminating the information to all local citizens. There was increased participation at that time by various women groups. I can see some of my NGO, colleagues from NGO were there. I don't know if you're ready. Okay. As they're preparing my slide, probably I can go into the role of lawyers in the electoral process a bit deeper. You're asking yourself why we are centering advocates in these discussions. Is the reason being that we play a central role in breaking down the information contained in our various laws to members of the community. And in this era of misinformation, it's very crucial that the right information is passed on to members of the society. For example, there's a recent issue of the tallying centers. I don't know if you saw it on social media. When issues such as, sensitive issues such as that arise, we encourage citizens to agitate those issues in court and not wait until the very last minute to go and disrupt the election halls. So we are lucky to have had Okia Omtata take up the issue in court. We call him Mtetezi wa Mwananchi. So the matter is already in court, and the court is to decide whether the newly designed tallying centers are in accordance to the law. We know very well that the Elections Act provide that we have two tallying centers, the National Tallying Center for tallying presidential votes, and the Constituency Tallying Center for tallying votes of MCAs, members of National Assembly, and governors. We trust that the court shall decide that issue in accordance with the law. Advocates have a key central role to play, not only in disseminating information to members of the public, but also in enhancing ADR, alternative dispute resolution mechanisms. In recent past, we have seen disputes regarding especially the issue of nominations. They're usually very sensitive. I know kwa ground mnasema nomination papers zinanunuliwa, si ndio? But you need to know that there are alternative dispute resolution mechanisms for issues of nominations. There exists the tribunal that handles issues of nominations. IBC also handles disputes related to nominations. But once we have had elections, know that you have the right to approach court for the election petition disputes to be determined. Know that you have the right to have your advocates represent you even during the elections as your agent. So your agent can be an advocate, such that you have somebody who's there ensuring that everything is being done in accordance with the law during the election process, after the election process, during tallying, and even in the posting of the results, so that you're not waiting until everything has happened to engage with your advocates. Advocates are also available for purposes of consultation, not just to candidates, but also to parties, communities, religious groups, and organizations. Are you ready? Okay. Thank you. So my core duty today was electoral sensitization on our laws, observation protocols, and dispute resolution mechanisms in Kenya, just I had started touching. I will try to give a comprehensive understanding of our legal framework, our election observation and monitoring skills. I'll try to highlight the legal oversight mechanisms available and explore and identify responses and strategies to electoral disputes. Now, the key principles of our key election principles are free, fair, transparent, credible elections, equality of the vote, and participation rights for citizens, and accountability of institutions. Now, we cannot run an electoral system which is not free, fair, transparent, and credible, because otherwise that is not a democratic process. Then what does free, fair, and transparent, credible elections mean? Free means that as long as you're a citizen of the Republic of Kenya, you are entitled to vote, okay? Fair means that the rules, the laws that govern our elections apply equally to all of us for as long as we are citizens, whether candidates, parties, or anybody else for that matter. Transparent, there is integrity in the process, that we're able to see with our own eyes, and that means process of count cannot be done for purposes of transparency. The process of nomination in secret for purposes of transparency, of announce in secret for purposes of transparency. And this is the reason why we have had a lot of election disputes. Credible elections would mean that we do not have as many issues that go into the mechanisms of voting. Credible elections will require that we do not have so many problems with rejected votes. Credible elections will require that we do not have issues of Kamago. You remember our Kamago issue? Credible elections will require that we do not have our data stuck in another country. Credible elections will require that our technology, our officers, and we as citizens conduct ourselves above reproach. Equality of the vote I have touched, participatory rights of citizens I have touched, and I've said that we are all entitled to vote for as long as we are citizens, and we have start to vote. Now, can you participate without registering? You cannot. So, quite a number of times when I was young, I served as an election officer and insist on voting, and their name is not in the voters register. And they become disruptive, and you tell them, you see, vote if you start to vote. So first, you must, and that way, you maximize your right in the electoral process. Now we have the issue of accountability of institutions. How do we make institutions accountable? Today, by virtue of this forum, we are making institutions accountable. Why? Because we are creating awareness on their roles and duties. Legal framework we have in Kenya governing the most supreme and principal document is the Constitution of Kenya 2011, our Political Parties Act, also of 2011, the IEBC Act of 2011, the Campaign Financing Act, and the Elections General Regulations. Now, at Article 81, it provides that each citizen has a right to participate in the election. At Article 38, the most hotly contested issue is the issue of 2/3 in public bodies shall be from the same, no more than 2/3 shall be from the same gender. This is an issue that is still a thorn in the flesh. The Supreme Court has issued an advisory on it. And unfortunately, it has not seen the light of day. But we aspire and hope that in our next elections of 2027, we shall see better representation in terms of enacting 2/3 gender. The Constitution provides that we shall have also fair representations for persons with disability. We shall have equality of the vote, so that my vote, irrespective of my position in society, still counts as one vote. So that even when the president goes to give his vote, it still counts as one vote. And that is the principle of universality of our votes. The IBC is expected to be an independent body, is expected to conduct its affairs in a transparent manner, administered with impartiality, neutrality, efficiency, accuracy, and in an accountable manner. Majority of the election disputes usually emanate from this particular part of their mandate. The mandate to be impartial, to be neutral, to be efficient, to be accurate and accountable. I remember during the last elections, we had the issue of schools that did not exist, that were purported to be electoral centers. Do you remember? Then we also had dead people voting, or dead people still in the voters' lists. We had a number of people who have voted exceeding registered voters in some constituencies. We continue to hope and pray that IBC will pull up and we will not have disputes in these areas. Article 86 of our Constitution deals with voter registration, and it behoves IBC to ensure that the voting method is simple, accurate, verifiable, accountable, and transparent. There's one issue that is always arising from here, that sometimes you're in the queue and then the system fails. Then they have to go look for your name in which book? Do you remember that book? The register. You remember the manual register? The black book. Yes. If we can eliminate the need to refer to the black book, we can enhance transparency in our election process. You'd wonder why when you registered with your thumbprint, right now we have our thumbprints, right? Then you'd not be in the, I don't know whether it is in their cloud. What will happen to your information? What has happened to the information that you're missing in their systems, and now you can only be found in the black book? What happens to those who cannot now be found in the black book but they registered? So those are issues that need to be dealt with to ensure that the system of voting is transparent. They have a duty to ensure that the voting system is verifiable. Verifiable means that even after the election process, if they posted that there were 10 rejected votes, if we open the ballot boxes, we will be able to find that indeed there were 10 rejected votes. In other words, the statistics and outcomes match. When we say that it should cure, it's that we should not have incidences assuming that that incident was true. When they say that it is secure, they themselves should be able to access their data. You remember that last time during the presidential petition before the Supreme Court, IBC told the court that they could not access their servers. Hawangeweza kufungua server. You remember kufungua server? Why couldn't they open the servers? Because they were in France. They said that the servers were in France, and they said something about the time difference. And that means that the system that was employed was not verifiable, accountable, or transparent. So they're required to ensure that the votes cast are counted, tabulated, and the results are announced promptly by the presiding officer at each polling station. Some of you here are going to be agents. Remember, Dorcas has said, the results are supposed to be announced at each polling station. If somebody tells you that they're going to announce the results later from Prosperity House, that is not what the law says. Results from each polling stations are supposed to be openly collated and promptly announced by the returning officers. Do you remember how we count? Usually the returning officer will count 1 and lift 2 until they finish counting, right? Then they'll also count the rejected votes after classifying them and lift and count. If you're an agent, that is what is supposed to happen. Make sure you're writing on a paper so that later when you're told the rejected votes are 10, all of you counted 10. They're supposed to have appropriate structures and mechanisms, including the safekeeping of election materials. Safekeeping is important so that later on when you have a judicial dispute, then the ballot boxes can be retrieved, and when reaching is ordered by the court, then it can happen. Article 87 of our Constitution asks Parliament to enact. We already have that, and that we have the IBC Act, the Campaign Financing Act, etc., etc. Save for the presidential election petition, which must also be concluded within 14 days. Now, when it comes to composition and independence of IBC, you're not eligible to be a member of the commission if within 5 years of the time you're applying to be a commissioner, you have been a member of parliament, you have been an MCA, you have been a member of a governing body, a political party, state office, or hold any other public office. I know the Constitution says that there should not be discrimination, but this is not discrimination. The reason why we have Article 88 is to ensure that the system is transparent. You can imagine if I am an MP for KISUMU, for example, and I'm also a commissioner of IBC. Isn't there likelihood of conflict of interest? Yes, there will be conflict of interest. So it is for that purpose that we have Article 88. Now, it is the role of IBC to conduct referenda. You remember the last referendum that we had for the purposes of our passing the 2010 Constitution. There were whispers that we'll have another referenda for purposes of extending the presidential term. It has not happened. IBC is supposed to conduct elections to any elective office or any other election prescribed by an act of parliament. So sometimes you can even contract them to run elections for professional bodies, like LSK contracts IBC to run our elections. Now, it is the role of to ensure continuous voter registration of citizens. And this is an area that I feel they should pull up their socks. It is done more intensely just shortly before elections. They should be more proactive in this area. IBC has a role to regularly revise the voters register, remove dead voters from the list, remove those who have double registration. IBC has the role of delimitation of constituencies and wards. So you're probably wondering how we came up with Central Ward, how we came up with KISUMU constituency. That is the role of IBC. IBC has the role of regulating the process of nomination by political parties. So say, for example, that ODM wants to conduct its nominations. The process will be undertaken by IBC, and even the disputes that arise from the nomination process will be determined and heard by IBC. They also register candidates for elections. So if you know that you intend to contest in the forthcoming elections, then you ought to register with IBC. They ought to undertake voter education, emancipate citizens about their rights as regards voting process, their roles and duties. IBC is supposed to facilitate election observation, monitoring, and evaluation of elections. And this enables them to and know, for example, that in KISUMU region, they'll need this number of voting papers, they'll need this number of voting stations, need this number of officers. It's for purposes of planning. They have a duty to regulate election financing for parties and candidates. And this has been very difficult because there has not been goodwill from Parliament. You will recall that in 2022, they did not cap money that can be used by candidates for running the elections because Parliament declined to approve the regulations that had been developed by IBC. We wait to see whether in 2027 there will be a cap on financing. IBC has a duty to develop a code of conduct of parties and their candidates. They also monitor nominations, as I had earlier said. Now I'll take you to, other than the Constitution, which we have just gone through, I'll take you to the Elections Act. The Elections Act of Kenya is number 24. It was enacted in 2011. And in addition to what the Constitution says, it gives you the right to vote at Section 3. There was a time when, in America, when women could not vote. So we have come a long way. And the right to vote is now universal for as long as you're an adult who has registered. Section 4 deals with the issue of registration of voters. Section 5, same thing. Section 10, the eligibility to vote. Section 13, nomination of candidates by a political party. Remember to read Section 13 together with the roles of IBC. Section 30 deals with appointment of agents. In this area, I had whispers that there's a certain presidential candidate who lost because he did not have agents in certain places. So if you aspire to be an election, ensure that you appoint your agents and that you notify IBC of who your agents are. Section 38 deals with holding of elections. There was a court case in court on the issue of when we should run elections. And as regards elections for MCAs, court pronounced itself that it is rightfully the second week of August of every 5th year. And MCAs were aggrieved that that falls short of a full term of 5 years, and court dealt with those anxieties. Section 38A deals with the number of voters per polling station. Section 39 deals with the determination and declaration of results. It's a very important section. They should be declared in the constituency level for MCAs, governors, and senators, and at the National Tallying Center for presidential. Section 40 deals with voter education. Section 41, access to and obligation of the media. There have been concerns of misreporting by sections of the media, and we know now that we now have media beyond traditional media, that is social media, and there's need to expand Section 41 to include social media and obligations within the social media forum. Section 42 deals with accreditation of observers, agents, and reporters, so that they are able to stay in the polling station and in the tallying sessions, because if you do not have accreditation, then you will be sent out during tallying. Section 104 deals with the duty to cooperate with IBC and other institutions for purposes of running free and fair elections. Now, I don't know whether any of us has ever checked this, but we're not supposed to have more than 700 people per voting station. I don't know whether any of us, per polling station. I don't know whether we have ever checked this. I think we exceed, right? Yeah, and that is section 38A. So there's a mismatch between the law na vitu kwa ground. So those are issues for reform. I didn't check whether that was deleted or amended, but it's something that we can take up with the legal team. Now, section 40 on voter education is what we are doing today, where the Elections Act provides that there should be partnership with other agencies and non-state actors such as ourselves for provision of voter education. Section 104 provides that it is the duty of every public officer, public entity, commission, and to work with the commission in its activities and not to hinder the commission in carrying out its functions. It is the duty of police officers to take necessary measures for the maintenance of law and order and stability necessary to conduct an election and to promote and uphold the rights of all persons. Now, it is the last part that probably is not well understood for some reason. The role of police officers in the electoral process, okay, is to maintain law and order, stability necessary for an election, and to protect and uphold rights of all persons. Yes. For some reasons, I think we also need to have, Sarah, we need to have these sessions with police officers so that we pass the message that your duty is not to protect mheshimiwa only. Your duty is not to protect the ballot box at the expense of my right to participate in the election. Because usually the first thing that happens if there is vurugu is that tear gas is thrown. So I think public management order needs to be revisited when it comes to the role of officers in managing peace and law and order in the election process. The next legislation we will look at is the Political Parties Act of 2011. It deals with registration and regulation of political parties. It deals with funding and accounts of political parties and party nominations. How many of us have registered a political party? Derek? Okay. I can see there are 2 of us. The rest of us are going with the wind, eh? Sorry, you don't want to say. You're waiting to sell them at the opportune moment. Okay, so there's a process, there's a legal process to registration and regulation of political parties. We have the Register of Political Parties now have devolved, and they have an office in KISUMU. And when you want to register, you can visit them. They do free education, by the way. They can guide you on how to register your political party. You cannot register ODM2, for example, or UDA3, you cannot. So you cannot also take the symbol of an existing party, for example, Chungwa, and use it to register a fresh political party. You cannot even take their slogan, like for KANU used to be Nyayo, so you can't take that and use it as a slogan for a different political party. It provides at part 3 for funding and accounts of political parties. There is a kitty from which each party gets a sum from the government. And part IVA, I've forgotten, is that part 5, part 4, Roman? I'm not good with Roman numbers, deals with party nominations. 4A, thank you. Now, I will not delve so much into that because we only have 2 people with political parties. And I will move to the Election Offences Act. Very, very important. Section 5 deals with offenses related to voting. Do not attempt to vote twice. I mean, how will you even pull it off? unless you're in cohorts with election officers. But sometimes you'll see somebody trying. You find somebody trying to remove their ink so that they can go to, if they voted at Nyalenda, they think they can go and vote at Jomo Kenyatta grounds, for example. But your name will not be found in the register. So do not attempt to vote twice. Members of the commission are not supposed to assist you in any way that contravenes the law. That is at section 6. At section 8, do not try to impersonate. Like for me, I look like my mom. I should not take her ID and go try to vote on her behalf. It is illegal. You will get a prison term, and pay a fine, or both. Section 9, you're not supposed to bribe, is a common issue. You hear that on the day of voting. Watu wanapewa 500, 500, 500, 2,000, 2,000, 2,000 to go and vote in a certain way. Section 11, the use of force or violence during elections is prohibited. We recently experienced it and saw it in the voting in Homa Bay. It was very unfortunate. There's the use of national security organs. I remember in the last elections, there were candidates who were reported for fairing people to vote using GK vehicles. So you're not supposed to use national security organs in any way during the voting process as a candidate. You should not use the police. You should not use government resources to influence the voting process and procedures. Section 13 gives the offenses relating to elections. And Section 15 deals with participation in elections by public officers. You'll ask yourself why, if you look at the finer print of the Services Act, the penalties are heavier for IBC officials. It's because when they take up this job, the commissioners take an oath and they know their duty. And if we give them very soft penalties and fines, then they will always get away with election offenses. So that is why if you look at individual offenses, the sentence is a bit lower and the fines are a bit lower as opposed to those of IBC officials. And I just want to highlight and give an example. For example, if you look at Section 5, let me go back. Section 5 provides that if you commit an offense, you're liable to a conviction. Remember that relates to voting. Of a penalty of 1 million shillings or imprisonment for a term not more than 6 years, or both. So meaning that you pay the fine of 1 million and you also serve 6 years. But when it comes to Section 6, so that is by members of staff of the commission, it provides that they are liable to a conviction of 5 years, not more than 5 years, and for a fine of 2 million. So an enhancement of another 1 million to make it 2 million for commission officials. Now, I want us to look at the Campaign Financing Act 2023. As I said, in 2022, IBC attempted through Parliament to pass regulations for campaign financing, but the same were rejected, and consequently we went into 2022 without any limits for persons participating in the elections as candidates or even for political bodies. You might ask yourself, why is regulation of campaign financing important? Should we regulate campaign financing? I had a very weak yes. Should we regulate? Yes, we should regulate campaign financing. Why? To make it an even playing field. We do not want our candidates and our political parties to suffer state capture. And that will mean that lobbying groups or any special interest groups who have deep pockets buy our politicians and our political process and own them. Because can you get that money for free? As Dorcas, why would I give you 10 billion for financing your political ambitions in exchange for nothing? Does it make sense? So next time when you're a candidate and somebody comes to you and says, Derek, I want to give you 10 billion, simama ukwe MCA. Derek, you should ask yourself why this person is interested in giving you 10 billion to be an MCA. So basically, once you become an MCA, they own you. They own the policies that you want to create. They own the decisions that you want to make. You're basically their puppet, right? And didn't we see that during certain actions this year, right? Whereby we have uniform decisions by member of assembly. And what were the whispers by the citizens? That wamenunuliwa. Yes, and you said that that is the reason that the finance bill passed, isn't it? Yes, so it is important that campaign financing is regulated so that one, there's an even playing field, we do not have undue influence, and also to give equal opportunity to all citizens to participate in the election process and offer themselves for elections. You can see how Emeritus, former CJ, is struggling, and he gave a pay bill number, and a number of us were making fun of him, right? Because he didn't have money for campaigning. But shouldn't that be the way it's done? So that you make public, you say that this is my pay bill, I have so far collected this amount, and you're open to scrutiny, right? So in other jurisdictions and best practices, we have a cap on campaign financing, not just for candidates, but also for parties, so that if it is buying media time, we can all buy media time. You can imagine if your party only has a budget of, say, 1 million for a presidential candidate, and another party has a budget of, say, 2 billion for a presidential candidate, and you want to compete with this candidate to buy media time, will you be able to manage? So the playing field will not be even. So that's amongst the reasons why we want to cap and manage campaign financing. We want to curb excessive spending. We want to minimize rent seeking. We want to deal with issues of money laundering, and especially during election time. We want to enhance access to balanced media exposure. We want to eliminate corruption of political parties and their candidates. We want to minimize undue influence from special interest groups and persons and lobbyists. We want to make the political process available irrespective of financial might. We also want to transform the political climate into one that is more responsive to issues and needs of the citizens, as opposed to driven by money and financial reward. Okay? Because somebody might look at it as an investment. I go take a loan of 10 million, knowing that once I get into this position, I will return that loan plus more, right? So we want our politics to be issue-driven as opposed to avenue for self-reward. Now, we are back to the issue of election observation, provided for under Section 42 of the Elections Act. My counterparts, I hope you're aware that LSK had sent out an email requesting you to volunteer to be election observers. And I hope you responded to that email and took up those opportunities. Those of us who are in FIDA, you will receive similar emails requesting you to take part in the elections as an observer. And if you who those have mentioned, you volunteer election observer, and you can go to IBC office and register yourself to be an election observer. You must be accredited by IBC to be an election observer, agent or media representative. Any person or institution can report on an election. So there is no limitation. The only issue is that you must be accredited before so that we do not have busybodies interfering with the process. Now, Regulation 94 of the Elections General Regulations provide that the Commission, that is the IBC Commission, may at any election accredit any person or organization to observe elections. And it will also issue guidelines for these observers that is consistent with the internationally accepted standards for fair elections, and which will be binding on election observers upon accreditation. I have seen countries in Africa where when they conduct elections, there are no observers. Like, can you name those countries? I expected those. Now, your revocation may be revoked, or it may be granted where the IBC is satisfied that you're not partisan or you've not violated any of their regulations. You must submit a written report in accordance with the guidance that IBC issues in sub-regulation 2. Now, the observation protocols are that you must be accredited, as I have said. You must adhere to the code of conduct. And that means that you must be impartial. If you know very well, kama unajijua, that you are a die-hard fan, okay, of ODM, and that if anything happens, you will begin to unleash. I saw somebody called Panyako doing a lot of drama. So if you know that you want to be an observer, and when things happen, huwezi vumilia, you will begin crying on behalf of your candidate and act in a manner that is not impartial. Please, do not register to be an observer. Kama huwezi jishikilia, if you cannot contain yourself, do not register to be an observer. If you cannot ensure non-interference, they are counting votes, and you keep saying, ebu nione, you know, leta nihakikishe, if you can't maintain non-interference, do not apply to be an observer. Because what does an observer mean? Even the name itself, what does it mean? To observe, yes. Lako ni macho tu, tunasemanga jicho tu. Yeah, yako ni jicho tu, okay? So, so your role is to observe, and then your role is to report. So you're supposed to do a written report to IBC after you have done the observation. And that's why you'll see sometimes after elections, then we'll say that the elections in Tanzania were free and fair in accordance with international principles of democracy. But tuliona hiyo kweli? Off the record. So what is the role of legal oversight bodies? I reiterate that when we have an election dispute, we take it to the streets or to judiciary. When we have an election dispute, we take the dispute to the judiciary. And it is their role to adjudicate electoral disputes, uphold the rule of law in that process. Judiciary now has something called JCE, that is the Judiciary Committee on Elections. And their role is to advise the judiciary on how to run the process of hearing and determining petitions. They offer trainings, and this is a permanent committee. Now the judiciary has courts that are now specialized courts that deal purely with the election disputes once we've had the elections. An example of that specialized court is the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court has exclusive or jurisdiction to hear the presidential petition. Alafu inaishia hapo, and the president becomes sworn in. Okay? Yeah. But the rest can go, there's some that go before the High Court, some that go before the magistrates as per the jurisdiction. Now, when the matters go before these courts, because of the sensitivity of an election and the fact that we do not want vacuum in power, courts are supposed to deal with these disputes within a time frame. For example, for the presidential petition, it has to be within 14 days and a judgment is given. In the lower courts, I know it's a maximum of 6 months. And you'll find that during that time, if that court was dealing with civil matters, it was dealing with children's matters, criminal matters, the court will have to give priority to election petitions that are in its cause list. So if you had Kesi Adeni, and it is before Honorable, my friend Penina here, if you go to that court and you're told that you cannot be heard because today the court is hearing an election petition, haujaonewa, that's just the law as it is. Now, other than courts, we also have ADR mechanisms, particularly coming elections, because once we've had elections, have to be handled by courts. So when we have issues of nominations, we encourage ADR mechanisms to be used by candidates and their parties to resolve. We also that provide early response mechanisms to election disputes. These committees will set an example that they have done a recon, and they're aware that probably there are intentions to disrupt elections in this polling station, and they take to prevent disruptions from happening. We have rapid response teams made up of legal experts and community leaders that sometimes provide early response mechanisms. This one we have done as KISUMU LSK. Easter, you had asked this. So we did it with the Kenya National Human Rights, together with Madam Ngutia, in the last elections, and even before the maandamano of last year, we also did it and went and saw the county commissioner, met with NPS, so that we could agree on responses and how we operate during that period. You'll also note that quite a number of political parties have legal experts within their agency on what to do when matters arise. These parties and candidates are not left being ordinary, but being active and anticipating issues, and therefore developing proper resolution mechanisms. Awareness campaigns such as this, what we are doing today, use of technology, hotlines, SMS reporting, and online portals. Kenyans are very good at this right now. You do something bad as an election officer, as a commissioner, and trust me, a Kenyan will go live on you and expose whatever misdeeds that you're doing. So those are the early response mechanisms to electoral disputes. There's something like Fuachua Kwa DCI. You've seen that on Facebook. Now those are early response mechanisms that exist. Now I had started discussing the role of advocates, and I just want to reiterate that as advocates we are called upon to uphold the rule of law and take up any legal matters arising and ancillary to the law on behalf of Kenyan citizens. Esther, you had asked this. And therefore some of our roles are to take up office within IBC Commission. If you want to be judge of the Court of Appeal, participate proactively in legislative drafting till an act of parliament has been passed to say, oh, now there's this lacuna, there's this conflict, change this, change that. And then during public participation, it is our role as advocates to take an active role in the legislative drafting process. Outcomes have the intentions. It is also our role to conduct civic awareness and voter education, such as today. It is our role to participate in processes geared towards minimizing electoral violence. In other words, be risk champions. It is our role to offer electoral training, as we are doing today and tomorrow. It is our role to give legal consultation to candidates and political parties to help them resolve any legal issues and even non-legal issues that may arise. It is our role to give legal representation in the double-layered dispute resolution mechanism, that is the tribunals and the court, so that we promote the principles of democracy, electoral integrity, that is transparency, free and fair elections in accordance with our constitution. Lawyers, do you have any questions on your role? Derek? You have any questions on your role as an advocate? Thank you. Now, what are the challenges that are faced in by electoral institutions? Because if we address these challenges, we address the issue of civil strife that happens after we have voted. Problem number one, and these are things that I want us to go and think about. I'll just list them, and then when we break, you think about them as an individual and how, in your personal capacity, you can assist to solve these problems. So one of the challenges of our electoral institutions are having is low voter turnout. Yes. Even in the recent elections, people say, no, we will go and vote. But look at the voter turnout. It was really, really low. Yes. Population set to shake things and show us that we are ripe for change. But it didn't happen. So I don't know whether it is a myth that we have a number of Gen Zs. It's like it's a myth. Hamna voters cards? Kwa nini hampugi kura? So there's been low voter turnout. There continues to be low voter turnout. We have issues like poor road infrastructure. We have seen trucks getting stuck, loaded with electoral boxes, either going to the polling stations or leaving. We have seen political interference on our institutions and organs. We have seen bad political manners. Bad political manners include inciting tribal animosity, inciting violence, inciting goons, right? Yes, bad political manners. That leads to electoral violence. We have seen misreporting by media houses and social media. Big problem. We have seen issues of staff resource challenges, be it the number of staff, be it staff training. We have seen the issue of financial resource challenges. They said that they presented this budget, but they were given less than what they asked for. We have seen an issue of inadequate civic awareness. We have seen the issue of late judicial decisions becoming a factor. We have seen harassment and intimidation of election officials, lack of political goodwill, failures like late procurement. I remember the last elections, we had an issue with the ballot papers being procured late. We have issues of legal risk and legislative lapses and failures, whereby us as advocates or persons in parliament do not address legal risks in advance or in good time, leading to a disconnect between what happens on the ground and what is anticipated by the law. We have seen technological failures, as I highlighted earlier, whereby you find that you're not in the ICT system of IBC and you can only trace your name in the black book for purposes of voting. Late transfer of results because of technological failure. Remember, every Kenyan was logged in, and therefore the network was heavy and slow. Do you remember? And results would track in real slowly. And then they'll reach a time when they'll just jump. Whoo, anxiety. 5 million, and when there were 20, and she thinks that there was mischief. It's just that there was delay. Yes. There's the issue of public trust deficit, which negatively impacts integrity of the electoral system. Because of experience or what has happened, Kenyans believe that if you're just an IBC commissioner, you are corrupt, right? Or have been corrupted. You're not given a chance to prove yourself. So the public trust deficit is an issue. So let us, as we have these discussions, as the persons affected by the electoral system in Kenya and democracy, thoughts on these challenges. What can you do as Mary, John, Peter, and Ouma to resolve these issues? Are you part of the problem? Are you taking part in political bad manners? Then after that, sending youth to the streets to demonstrate on your behalf? Are you taking part in corruption practices in elections? And thereafter, sending youth to demonstrate on your behalf? Are you participating in sabotaging the elections in favor of your candidate as a commissioner or officer of IBC? These things that are happening, these challenges, they do not happen in a blank and abstract system. They're either caused by humans or by circumstances. But all in all, it is within our might to resolve them and guarantee not just ourselves, but the future generation full benefits of a proper democratic system. And that is the challenge I have for you. Thank you for listening to me. And I think it's good afternoon. Yes, it's still good morning. Yes?
Kuna questions nataka nielewe. Tukiangalia nataka ni refer to article 86. Hiyo ndio inaongelelea mambo na voting. Na inasema vizuri that at every election the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission shall ensure that whatever voting method is used, the system is simple, accurate, verifiable, secure, accountable and transparent. Nataka niwapeleke kwa Elections Act ya 2011. Section 39, subsection 1 na C. Ukiangalia inasema that subsection section 39, subsection A and C. Na nitaisoma very fast because nataka kuelewa kitu kidogo hapa. Inaongelelea mambo na subsection A, inaongelelea election results transmission electronically. Then subsection 1C inaongelelea publishing of polling results form on an online public portal. Tumesema tunataka election system yenye na accommodate wase wote, even the marginalized communities. Tukiangalia hiyo kwanza inasema that hiyo transmission inafaa kwa electronically. Kuna wase wanatoka kwa regions zingine zenye hata wana hizi masimu, so kufuatilia inakuwa ngumu. Then ukiangalia pili, publishing polling results form on an online public portal, bado inalock wase sana wale watu wenye wako kwa rural area, so they cannot even do oversight role, because oversight inafaa inakuwa ni role ya Wakenya wote. But because hiyo issue ya technology ina lock out watu wengi sawa hizi fuatilia elections. Then tukiangalia elections general regulation ya 2012, part 83, section 83 part 2 inasema that the chairperson of the commission shall tally and verify the results received at the National Tallying Center. hiyo unajua ni statutory, it's a statutory provision. So kuna statutory versus constitutional. Constitution inatuambia that results zina-announcewa pale kwa polling station. So wakisema that tena chairperson wa commission anapatiwa opportunity ama anapatiwa nini ya kuritali, then ina mean sasa general election inakuwa juu ya constitutional provision. So I think that is a loophole kwa sheria. Maybe you can help me interpret that, but kama si hivyo, hizo ndo loopholes zenye watu wanatumiaga kuiba kura. Mkisema that young people saizi wa vote, ni venye kwa sababu tumeluzimani na electoral processes. Kwa sababu ya hizi vitu, tunajua hata tukitokea kuvote, bado kuna ule commissioner atapatiwa yake na ataritali. Atuambie that sisi umse alipata hii kura fulani. So I think hizo ndo vitu zenye underlying issues yenye kama zijakuwa resolved, then tutarudi bado kwa ile shida yenye tunaongelea. Asante.
Thank you very much. I wish we had representation here from IBC. I do not speak to them, but I want to highlight this. That when it says that the tallying process shall be done in a transparent manner that is accessible, what I have seen that they have done is to allow media stations to report directly from the voting stations. So that, if you remember, in our elections, we have always had, if it is KISUMU East constituency, you'll see at the bottom of the screen, there'll be a bar running and saying that for MCAs, or this number of votes, for MPs, this number of votes per candidate, and for this person, this number of votes. So by allowing the media stations to report on the results coming out, not final results, but the results that are being announced at each polling stations, I think IBC is hoping that the information disseminates to more members of the society. They also have a portal that is open to members of the public that you can log into, access, and find the results that are tallying. Now, I hear your concern to be that this technology is not available to those of us in rural areas, and that is true. And it is a challenge that we can put up to IBC and the government, and we say that if the government can put up screens for Kenyans to follow Chan Festival, right? At county levels, surely it can put up screens for us to follow IBC results in all areas, more so rural areas. Sindio, can we say it's something that we want to propose as this engagement to IBC? Over to you, Sarah. Now you have the issue of tallying. Now we need to differentiate between tallying and final announcement of results. Now the final announcement of results is done at the National Tallying Center by the in charge of IBC, okay, the chair of IBC. What can be done at the constituency level, as I said, is results for, they'll release, each constituency polling station will release results for the MCA, for the governor, for the senator, for women rep, okay? Then remember that people in KISUMU East are not voting for the MP in Ugenya, okay? So that when this is being released, it has to be collected. There are several polling stations. And the tallying officer in KISUMU East is not tallying the governor results that are being done in Muhoroni, for example, okay? Because the governor in KISUMU, the jurisdiction goes up to Muhoroni. So the only way that these results can be collected and reconciled is at the National Tallying Center. You get? Yes. 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 So he has a duty to verify, tally and verify, so that when he receives the results from KISUMU East, results from Muhoroni, zinawekwa pamoja, and they find out who has taken the day. Okay? Then that is now what is announced at national level. But remember that for presidential, it can only be done at the National Tallying Center. So the presidential results can never be announced at, final results can never be announced at the constituency level. It always has to come at the national center. We were even entertained by several choirs as we were waiting for the presidential results to be released by the chair of IBC. And we listened to a lot of songs as we waited. You remember? Yes. Why? Because it can only be announced at the top. Yes, it is provided for. What is not provided for? They're trying to come up with some funny tallying center like provincial, something that resembles provincial. And that is why Okia Mtata is in court. And unfortunately, because of something called, is it sub judice? I cannot comment on it because it is an issue that is already in court. Yes. Yes, any other question?
Okay, thank you for such great sensitization. I am Eunice Atieno. One of the things that I'm happy about is that in our approach when we are rolling out the program, we want to promote inclusivity and equality. One of the major concerns that I have is about the models that most of the times are used. So I will request that in our rolling out, we also try to sensitize the community and use the models that are able to incorporate the issues of inclusivity. A good example, I don't know if the parliament is working on it. There has been an issue of the secrecy when it comes to voting for persons with disability. The change of the ballot outlook paper has not been implemented. And I remember when Honorable Kagame was campaigning, and he said he's not going to vote because the ballot papers are not in Braille. So in this process, how do we make our voices to be louder so that towards the end of it, the things that at community level we've been trying to upscale and are being ignored, that we are even able to implement one or two? Because I know as a person with disability, most of the time we are told that it will be implemented. But towards the end of it, it's not being done. That is one. Second, in our approach, how do we become even creative enough so that the community can run away from issues that have become myths? Like even when you are talking about the financing aspect at the community level, and even the platforms that are being used, so that we can pick few towards the end of the project, we can count that we've achieved. They've been done, they are usually being done, and they are being ignored, and the community are suffering. Currently, the president is talking about moving from third world country to first world. But you see, if at this project we do not address the issues of minority, then it becomes a query. To our advocates, there has been a challenge, and especially when our constitution is talking about progressive, to incorporate issues of disability. We've seen our fellow persons with disability plotting out their cases, and they are ready to be handled by our advocates so that they support. But at one particular time, you find that they withdraw. So my question is, what is your role to sensitize the community that it's not about you as Eunice at this particular time, but we want this process to inform our community so that next time other people are not marginalized. So we are just requesting that this case should not be withdrawn so that it marks as an example. Thank you.
Let me answer that first. Thank you, Eunice. You have said that we come up with a model that will incorporate inclusivity. And this appears to be a challenge, Sarah. And if one person got your theme right, it is Eunice. From street to participation. In other words, she's saying, can we transform from a talk shop into a working group? Are we ready? Wakili, are we ready? Eunice, you'll find that we are up to the challenge. We will check and see if there's any existing litigation on the issue of inclusivity in the electoral process and whether this time we are going to have braille printed election papers. We'll see whether, I think last time we had a translator in the media for purposes of those who are disabled. That one I have to give them a score, but I will look at whether there's any existing litigation and what is the outcome. And then if not, if you don't mind sharing your contacts, we can exchange contacts and see what proactive steps we can take. And we have a short time because 2027 is not far. Yes, the good thing is that election petitions are supposed to be had within a very short time, but it's still something that we can do. You spoke about what to do about litigants who already have matters in court, persons living with disability, but now they want to, withdraw their matters in court. Sometimes when you go to court in your own behalf and as a duty bearer. You go on behalf of others to establish precedent. I remember when we were taking up matters for those who were affected by police brutality in 2023, we had a real challenge. There are those who wanted immediate results. Like their question is, if I give you my papers, like do I get money and when do I come for it? And they were wondering, why do we want to put them through litigation, a class suit? Why that long process? And we told them, one, this has never happened in this region. Whereas this thing really recurs every election cycle. Whenever there's any issue in the society, there's always civil strife. So we told them, you who have agreed to take up this case, because once we establish a precedent and it is in court record, it informs the law, right? Yes. So when you spoke of those who now want to withdraw after giving lawyers instructions, it is a matter of client counseling. So it's a matter of requesting the advocate to engage that particular client in client counseling and enable them, one, understand the judicial process and the legal process so that they are aware of what is happening. They can anticipate court moves and moves of the adverse party. Because constantly when they feel ambushed, then they feel overwhelmed and they want to exit the system. So you can request the advocate to do client counseling. That's a challenge. We act pro bono. Sometimes I'm able to convince advocates to assist me. Sometimes I'm not. Because all of us are also trying to earn a living. So we do the best we can with the little that we have. But what gives us movement and shift is support of the community. When I became an LSK chair, I did not have networks. But people who, if I call and tell them, I have this problem, who can help me? And they give me 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 contacts. And they tell me, you call these people, they can help you. And you see, a little here, and a little there, and a little over there, and we get movement. So for these pro bono things, it requires support of the community. Just we say that it takes a child, it takes the community to grow a child. It takes up also the community to develop solutions to issues that we face. My ABA chair is here, Mr. Byron. We constantly call each other whenever there's a problem. My president is here, Madam Grace Otieno. When there are issues in the community and I can't deal with them by myself, I call her and she assists me. So it's about us coming together. There's something called Ubuntu. You know Ubuntu? Yes, the spirit of coming together as Africans. Yes, so sometimes it just takes us coming together and assisting one another. So that if you know persons with disability who are not able to come to this meeting because of 1, 2, 3, you tell them that for one, in this meeting, Imperial has a ramp. So their wheelchairs can access the lobby. And once they get to the lobby, there's a lift. And from the lift, they can access this room. So same thing with the electoral process. You tell them that the issue of not there being braille for purposes of those who are blind. And LSK has committed to do something about it. That way you are about it. That way you are emancipating them. And they know that something is happening on their behalf. Then what do you do after that? You participate in the process of that emancipation. So that when we call you and we ask you, please give us call of those who are disabled, so that they participate in this class action suit, we should be able to do so. Cindy? Yes. Now, you asked, Eunice, that we address issues of minority in legislation. We are increasingly seeing this. We have advocates who sit in National Assembly, and usually we try and speak to them to try and sponsor some of these bills. But it is also possible to privately sponsor a bill to Parliament. And if you wish to do that as a minority, or as a marginalized person within the community, as a person living with disability, as LSK will be glad to help, we'll be glad to use our contacts to enable you move the nation in a manner that we aspire as the country, the citizens of the Republic of Kenya. I hope I have answered your questions, though I don't speak for the Council of Persons Living with Disability. I only speak as a grassroots chapter chair. Yes. Any other question? Yes, George.
I have the microphone. Oh, good afternoon. Yeah, you have told us something, and I'm very grateful that at least you are opening the eyes of the, how do you call it, the lay person in the community, like me. Now, you have said that the work of IEBC, one of their duties is to regulate financing for parties and how they conduct their campaigns, yeah? But I would like to bring to your attention and the team that this regulation of finances should be done in a better way, because it is the cause of the violence that we are now talking about. Because last 2022, we were told the amount they are supposed to use. But what they used, even to a layman point of view, was too much. Yeah? And then the issue of campaigning everywhere. Even when I'm standing here, I start campaigning about everything. Surely that one also should be regulated. Because these campaigns that are being talked of, when I say something, you retaliate, you tell me what you feel should be done, makes my agencies, because I'm also agency, and I'm agency, yeah. Don't laugh, it is not a laughing matter, I'm agency hybrid. Yeah. Yeah. It makes us agencies to become angered, and then we create violence. So everything should be regulated as per what they are saying. So the LSK should assist us on that. Then there's this issue of voter education. The voter education is never done unless it is done by civil society organizations. So if it is a mandate for it, if a real duty for IEBC, they should be compelled to do it. Even if they are doing it through other organizations, but their presence would be felt in the ground that they are the ones doing the voter education. Then they said the election monitors. I saw somewhere there written that they are also responsible for election monitors. But me, I usually see them just accrediting them to when they are working under other organizations. So I don't know whether that one, they're being accredited to the civil society organizations is their work, or that one is just an AOB because they don't have funds. Yeah. So all these three are creating a lot of violence. And if not looked upon, next year will be another day. Thank you.
Thank you. I didn't get your name. Your name? Now, I agree with you. The law must reform, and this is a challenge that we can pass on as a resolution of this sitting to Sarah, that we want to see expenditure within campaign financing capped in the next elections. I agree that there is a need to regulate the time and place of campaigns. When the campaigns are hot, you will hear the pickups with the loudspeakers in residential areas as early as 8 a.m., right? You will not sleep, you will not work if your office is in CBD, because there'll be caravans passing through CBD the whole day. Imagine kitambo caravan ya MCA ipite, women rep, MP, governor. Sini jioni. Hata kazi inafanyika during elections kweli. It's very hard. Whenever you go into election mood, then even the national productivity goes down. So it is true that there's need to regulate the time and places where campaigns are conducted. It is also true, and I agree with you, that IEBC needs to take a greater role in voter education. They have abandoned that role to civil society. It is true. It could be an issue of their funding, but they can become disingenuous in the ways that they undertake voter education. They can embrace social media and other low-cost-effective means of ensuring that voter education is done in urban centers and in mashinani. All your comments and concerns, I agree with you. Thank you. Yes, George. Wamekuzimia ta?
Ground. Thank you so much. My name is George Alambo. A quick one, just connected to, I have one key issue about candidates' approval. Even after seeing those other things, others having pending cases in court, at what point do they get cleared until they contest? I'm missing that one. Two, we talk about, remember all of us when we are seeking employment, we normally run for that certificate of compliance. So much na help in such a way that if you don't have it, you may not qualify for that. But on the recent lessons learned in both Kasipul, Malava, Mbere, we were following closely what was happening in Kasipul. And one of the things I find which is amiss, I looked at the fines. What did IEBC use to determine those fines, even after lives were lost and people injured? I was concerned about 1 million. That was pocket change when I'm campaigning for MP, because I'm going to manage 70 million in a year, besides other things. So that was very big pain for me. That's one thing that we need to look at. Even if it is asking IEBC, when we understand what did they use, then definitely we are able to work together. On financing, that is terrible. It's here with us. We're already in campaign, not next year. We're already in campaign, so the early warning signs. What we're able to do, the Gen Z, we need to talk. I saw what happened in Kasipul and who are voting, and I can tell you who exactly voted. But the rest, the Gen Zs, walikuwa wanagad kura. Ya nani, na mimi niko nje ya station ama center. Poleni sana, but that is the truth.
Thank you, George. Interesting observations. So, has been an issue time and time again. You'll always see petitions, election petitions, whereby at the petition hearing, information is being disclosed that the degree I'm purporting to hold is not authentic, right? So we have seen that many times. Why is it coming out when it is at the petition level? Why is IBC not seeing these things when it is screening candidates? So that is the question that George is asking. So we are asking for proper, thorough screening and oversight of candidates. And that is the challenge that this group is putting forward and sending to electoral body concerned. The same way that when we are going for job applications, you said, we are asked for what clearance? Police, good conduct, umelipa help loan, chini. There are almost 8 or 7 things, right? So we'd like to see their standards. We'd like to see their standards, let them make them public. And the same way when somebody aspires to be a judge, they invite members of the public to give information. I think it's a practice that they can adopt so that if they are held back by their own inadequacies, then members of the public can volunteer this information to them. I agree with you. The issue of determining files, I told you that the fines for commissioners and officers are slightly higher. But if I get the mood of the room right, we are saying that they are not harsh enough. And it is true, because it's only 2 million. It means I can do the offense, outcome expected, and be ready with 2 million. 2 million ni mingi, but I will have got what I expected, just to pay the fine. Okay? So we are saying that the fines and penalties are not enough as a preventative model, and that we want enhancement of those fines. And the public also wants publishing of the reasoning of IBC in imposing these fines, so that where George is seated, he wants to understand why it was only 1 million. So in the same way that court decisions are published, this sitting is requesting that IBC be publishing the manner in which it has made its decisions, the fines, and who the fine has been imposed upon, and why. Thank you, George. Now, there's a question that I forgot to answer from the lady who previously asked a question before George, and it regarded to the issue of accreditation to be an observer. Section 42 of the Elections Act says that a person can be accredited as an observer, or an agent, or a media representative. More importantly, to answer your question, any person or institution to report to an election. So any person can report to an election, but you must seek accreditation. So if you want to be an accredited observer or an agent or a media representative in 2027, answers are easy. Go to IBC, find out what they need from you, start now. Start the journey now. Thank you. Next.
Thank you so much. I'm Richard Michael. Most of the questions that I had, you've answered them, but I've got a concern about the pro bono representation of the victims affected during the elections or the post-elections violence that some of which we've seen here in Kenya. But what worries me is that if you've known that this is a trend that happens always, all the time when there is an election here in Kenya, even in the just the few elections that we had in the recent past, we still witnessed those some of the things that happens even in the major election. Now, when you talked of the pre bono representations, the question to the LSK is, why do you wait until people get, or why do you wait until the victims comes up, then you represent them, instead of bringing out the sensitizations to the locals? What I mean is that when you bring a pro bono representation to the victims and you say that they have to reach out to you for you to represent them, it should come to your attention that most of the victims who gets affected during these incidents, they are not at a position of representing themselves or reaching you out. For example, for instance, in the recent past, there are those who had injuries during the violence after the elections or during the elections, and the evidence that you want to be given to you were taken out. You remember the police officer who took out the bullet from the victim. Where will they get the evidence to bring to you so that you can take up the case? Therefore, what I think is that you should have a session whereby the police officers or the public management orders are held, and you teach them, or you bring a public teaching to them. This can help them so that they know what to do. Plus, I also appreciate you when you say that we should pass this information to the disabled, like what Eunice quoted. I think Eunice is right, but the response that you gave was also right, but not to what I think Eunice expected. Because when you expect me to go tell or inform the disabled about this meeting, how many can I inform so far? But thank God you have the media team. I think you can roll out a program under the under this program that is LSK, whereby you have programs with the media houses, that they run programs that teach people on how to do these things. Not that you just call a forum like this, which engulfs a number of people, yet there are disabled in the communities whom we cannot reach. As per this said, if you command us to go and reach the disabled in the remote places, we can just reach a handful, but there are several out there. Last but not least, to the youths. I love what my elder have said here. I've forgotten your name, I'm sorry. But before I say whatever I want to say about you, should not be apologizing after speaking the truth, because it will remain to be truth. Now, I love what my brother also is trying to quote, that you focused on youths. But you are forgetting that the youths, we are not taking the, we are not registering as voters. It's not happening. So you are here sensitizing us, but youths are outside there being used with the money that you talk of being laundered during the campaigns. Believe me or not, money persuades even the most wise man in the world. Once it's outside there, all these things we are talking about in this room is not going to happen. So when the mother Gen Z said that these things should be neutralized or checked, I concur with her. Because once you neutralize or control this money that the politicians are using to get the votes, they are buying the votes actually. We are not voting, we are selling it. So this thing should be neutralized as soon as yesterday, because you saw what happened in Kasipul. That was money. So if you want a good outcome, I think you should go back to the grassroots, whereby you deal with the police, first create awareness to them on their function or their importance at the election site. Second, go to the politicians, which my sister also talked about, and sensitize them that the money that they have is not to buy their votes. Then you should also come back to the youths and give them a vigorous teaching on their rights, especially on registering as voters. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Let me get it right. You are placing certain duties on LSK. I want to clarify on who LSK is. Okay? LSK stands for the Law Society of Kenya. It is a professional body made up of advocates. Its primary duty is to ensure that we assist the government in matters ancillary to law and the citizens and the welfare of advocates. So I need to clarify that we are not a state, agency, or body. We are substituting where the government is lacking. Si kazi yetu ni kujitolea kujitolea. Hiyo wito unatupea ni ya serikali. Okay? Na sisi tukuichukua hatutaweza kwa sababu we do not get any form of funding from your taxes. Okay? Anything we do, we are using money paid by advocates from their practicing certificates. Okay? When we are not, we are using their services pro bono. That means for free without payment. Kujitolea. Having said that, all is not lost because we are here, aren't we? The concern of pro bono victims not being reached. It is true, it might not be possible to reach all of them. But the model that we have taken so far has been successful. If you look at our campaign for 2023, protests, uptake, we did, first we did an intervention. When it occurred, we immediately went to hospitals and visited them on their bedsides, okay? And we got their names. Then we told those who are on the bedside, if your neighbor is injured, if your cousin, brother, anybody you know is injured, these are the contacts, reach out to us. And they did. Because when you're in need, you will do anything to get assistance, right? Especially when the assistance is free. Another thing that we did is that we liaised with various community leaders. We liaised with Nyalenda Young Turks, we liaised with community leaders in Obunga, and they were able to give us access to their communities. We liaised with churches, the Jobaria Church in Nyalenda, and they were able to pass the word on our behalf. We do not have a media team. It worked. It worked so much so that when we said we are now going to invite a sitting at Mama Grace Social Hall, we had over 200 people who attended that sitting. And they came with their documents. Some had copies, some had only receipts. And whatever it is that they had, we took. Now you have asked, what happens to those who don't have documents? That is difficult because courts are courts of record and are courts of evidence. So that you must have some form of evidence for your matter to succeed in court. As an advocate, however, I cannot create evidence on your behalf. So it is, they say ignorance of the law is no defense. So you should know as a citizen of the Republic of Kenya that if there's an issue you'd like to agitate in court, it is your duty to get evidence and not your advocate to manufacture it for you. In fact, it's illegal for us to do it. Now, there are other ways that you can deal with this mischief other than by going to court. For example, you can go to IPOA. And IPOA has powers under the Act, for example, to summon a police officer in charge of a station and find out what were the operating orders on the 2nd of December 2025 at Obunga area. What were the orders that the commanders gave? What was the arms movement register reading? Because under the NPS Act, police officers have a duty to report when they discharge their guns and when those guns cause injury or death. So that this information can be got in the inverse way. So that when IPOA reaches out to the police station and the police station reports that we have 2 officers and they're saying that they discharged their guns, one caused a fatal outcome and another one caused an injury and that person was rushed to Jaramogi. Then IPOA is able to go to Jaramogi, look at the register, and find out and collect data on who was treated for a gunshot injury on 2nd of December 2025. Hasn't that assisted the victim? Did the victim have the documents? No. But IPOA is able to access it. So there are many ways of killing. Killing a what? It is a rat, Derek. So what is my point? my point is, as citizens, let us not be withheld by the victim mentality. Sasawa, let us move out. We are empowered, aren't we? We are empowered by the law. Let us make use of the law, the empowerment it gives us, and be active participants in our lives. Instead of being reactionary, we be proactive. When we reached out to victims, we ended up going to Migori, we ended up going to Sondu, we ended up going to Siaya. But at the end of the day, because we were only, I would say, 20 advocates, and ultimately the PIL team shrunk to 5, we're not able to take all those cases. But they were documented by various groups. And if you go to Kefiado, if you go to George, he has the list. And it means that at any time, if the court decides that the compensation panel can go ahead with its work, then those documents can, and that list can be released to the compensation panel to do its work, and there might be light at the end of the day. So what am I saying? I'm saying that LSK is not a national body. We are here to argument a gap that is there in our society. And we are doing so with the little resource that we have. We are proud of the little or much that we have achieved. But we're also calling upon victims to be proactive. We are asking all of us here, and there's nothing stronger than power of word. I want to use a tragic example, you will forgive me. On the 15th of November, at 9:30 a.m., how many of us had heard rumors before confirmation? How many? By show of hands. Before confirmation of the death of Raila Agwambo, how many of us had heard? Many of us, right? Yes. How did we hear? Word of mouth. Sindio? Yes. No, before it was officially released, it was word of mouth. Stress. You felt stress. Ulingisikia kwa damu. Derek wewe. So, I want to say that word of mouth is very powerful. Do not belittle it. When we got the list of victims, mostly we got to them through word of mouth. So word of mouth can do so much, but that is not to say that duty bearers should not do their work, right? Yes. We are saying that first thing, as he has highlighted, that the duty bearers must do their work. When it comes to voter education, IBC must do its work. EACC must do its work on anti-corruption. National Commission on Cohesion, NCIC, must do its work to tone down political intolerance. Yes, it is true, we need to reach out as professionals because we took an oath. So what he says, it is true. We need to reach out, but we're also asking the victims to reach out to us. Youth sensitization. I wish I knew how to speak. There's a new Sheng, Shembeteng. Is it still that's there? Ama, there's a new one? I wish I knew it, and I would go and do community outreach. But to the Gen Zs, really you have to walk the talk. Your talk was so big. Then wait. But the recent by-elections, mumetuangusha. Huh? No. Ni propaganda. Now, I want to challenge you. I want you to prove the propagandists wrong. Right now, there's free replacement of identity cards. It's ongoing at Kondele and in all the registration centers. If you don't have an ID, go get an ID. There's ongoing voter recruitment. Participate in the voter recruitment. Get your brother, sister, and everybody else who's saying, sasa voting itanisaidia nini, get them to vote. Walk the talk. Let us see a shift in the candidates that will pass through 2027. She said she can't read the mood. Isn't that a good thing? Right? Yeah, because we do not want the politics whereby you know every election Dorcas atashinda. Every election, whether or not he was actually voted for. So it's a good thing that you cannot read the mood on the ground, because it means that the ground is ready for anyone, and right? The ground is ready for anyone. So the challenge is to you. You are the ones who can now break the system and usher in a new era in our democracy. I want to say thank you for interacting with me. It has been a very good forum. I am proud of all of you. But before I leave, in the interest of time, because it's 12:43, before I leave, I want to acknowledge the presence of my branch president, Madam Grace, who's here. She's my boss. Wamama Hoye. Our chair is, our national chair is Madam Faith. Our branch chair is Madam Grace. And our chapter chair is myself. Wamama Hoye. Are we replicating that in national politics? Are we replicating that in national politics? Are we replicating that in national politics? So now see. Now see. And then we will blame the government for not enacting the 2/3 gender rule. Now, you want to be women rep? So Grace, I'll give you this opportunity to kindly come and greet esteemed members here present. Thank you, everyone. Munipigie makofi tafadhali.
If that's all you can give Madam Dorcas, then I don't know what I'll get. Tumpigie makofi. Thank you so much, Madam Dorcas. I think we have learned a lot. And even lawyers, you've been able to remind us on the legal framework some of the things that we have since forgotten. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Grace Otieno. I am the regional chair, the branch chair of the Law Society West Kenya branch. The Law Society region, West Kenya region, is Kisumu, Kakamega, Bungoma, and Busia. And so today, I am happy to join in this calling. Each of us has a responsibility when it comes to matters of election. I believe for you to have gotten an invitation to be here, you are an actor, and that as actors, we are supposed to be advocating for peaceful and accountability when it comes to electoral matters. I think we all know what challenges we face, especially as a region. And I've had Madam Dorcas mentioning some of the things that we went through, especially on the post-election issues. Remember, Mog, one point I just called because of the situation that was there, but our people who had been shot during elections. So the reality is, it's with me and you to demystify issues that our elections in Kenya will always be violence. See, that is true. That is why we are here, so that when we go back to our community, let us tell them what they need to know, so that we ensure that our next election will be much better and peaceful. I'm so happy that today we are seated here with the media, and the media people now, you're becoming part of the CSOs when it comes to, advocating for peaceful elections. We have seen what the use of the media platforms, social media, can do to pass information or to do what? To bring peace when it comes to matters of election. So as the Law Society of Kenya, we are not able to stand up and call for accountability if the media does not join us, if the other CSOs do not join us in this calling, because it takes the Law Society and all of us as non-state actors to counter misinformation and demand for clear reporting channels for our citizens. If you look at the electoral cycle, it's very wide, and some of us, if not all of us, might find ourselves participating in one of the cycle or in any of those cycles. It begins from the planning process. What the Law Society is now doing is sensitizing members of the community, the CSOs, and the media personnel. We'll come to the we'll come to conducting voter education, voter registration campaigns, voting, and then post-election, which I would say is one of the key areas for lawyers when it comes to post-election. I know Mr. Derek there. We'll be looking forward to a juicy brief so that he can do better. So even as we go on with the session that has been officially opened, I urge all of us as state actors and non-state actors to come up with civic initiative programs that will help us advocate for peaceful and promote and advocate for peaceful and accountable electoral participation. And so with that, I wish you all the best for the remaining time that we shall be here. Let us engage, let us ask questions, because at the end of the day, we are the people who will take this information back to the communities. I'm happy that Madam Dorcas was able to answer some of the hot questions. You've done the work of IEBC, and I think next time we'll do better to bring IEBC in the room, because for us to work together, we have to have all the actors in one place to speak one voice. So she's done a good job. She's answered those tough questions. I was just listening. As LSK, we are here, and I think one of the questions that had been asked about representation of the PWDs, perhaps as a society we can look for a way of looking for donors to support us so that we are able to support the vulnerable cases. I have handled cases involving PWDs who are able to pay advocates. And you see, if you come to me and you're able to pay me, why won't I accept the payment? At the end of the day, that is the bread and butter that I need to put on my table. But if we're able to look at those isolated cases that really require our pro bono presentation, then if you call on us, we are able to support and work with you that journey. And Madam Dorcas, also thank you for just clarifying that LSK, we do not handle when it comes to evidence collection. I think when one of the participants, we only come in after post-election process. Of course, as a lawyer, I cannot begin litigating a case before it happens. But again, we have to know that most of the cases that come on post-election violence, they are criminal cases, cases which are supposed to be handled by the police. So ours is to offer an oversight role to ensure that evidence is well collected, the witnesses are able to testify in court, and that at the end of the day, the person who is affected is able to get justice. And with that, I had one of our members also, a long-term mama that we have worked with in these corridors of community empowerment. Alisema campaign karatasi in 2027, mina nyalo, sindio? I'm not campaigning, but at this juncture, just very quickly, allow me to recognize all the lawyers who are present in the room. Tafadhali mawakili musimame. You may get a brief from this forum. Hawa watu wa media wanajua clients. Derek, musimame tu kila mtu just for recognition. Yeah. Asanteni sana. So before you give them any brief, it has to come through the chair. Before I sit down, allow me to recognize and invite our ABA chair, Mr. Byron Menezes. You're the one who deals with the lawyers' welfare, and if our welfare is not taken care of, then we'll not be able to serve these members of the community. Karibu sana, just come and say a word. In 1 second. Na munipigie makofi, ama amtaenda lunch. Thank you so much.
Good morning or good afternoon, everyone. Grace, thank you for this brief opportunity. I think the two chairs have covered what perhaps my interests would have been quite comprehensively. I came in at the end when Dorcas, my KISUMU chair, was speaking. I can just add to what they've said. We need to be proactive. My election observer station is Eldoret. Last elections, I was in Eldoret, guarding the votes in Eldoret. I then had to rush to KISUMU within 2 hours to deliver election materials for election observers who are very lazy. So I got to United Mall, I had election observer material which I then had to distribute. I then had to rush back to Eldoret to try and finish counting. It's important that we try to be proactive. Both chairs have spoken about how much effort we need to do. Someone at the back, I think George or David, the guy at the back there, reach out to advocates. Many of us are willing to do pro bono. I've spoken to my good friend here, Jovian. If any social centers are ready to do forums where we can come and train and teach, many of us are available. You can reach out through the chairs or reach out through myself. We'll come forward and assist. Esther as well has my contacts. Feel free to reach out to us. Otherwise, thank you very much, the two chairs, for this event, and we look forward to continuing the engagement. To the advocates in the room, of course, ABA is always available for counseling and any trauma you face. I know Rose must be suffering trauma sitting next to Derek, so feel free to reach out to me. Thank you very much, members. Asante sana.
Simumpigie makofi tafadhali. When you talk about pro bono advocates in Kisumu, the best person to look for, other than the chair, is Mr. Byron Menezes. Mr. Byron will always be available. Of course, Derek at a fee. So, ladies and gentlemen, I think we are taking a break for the morning session. I think we've been sitting for a long time, Cindy. We need to break for lunch, but I'm reminded that before lunch, we need to arrange ourselves here so that we can have a photography for the memories of LSK and our sponsors, to be able to know that we once sat here and went through this process. After that, we'll go for lunch, and then we'll come back for the afternoon session. Thank you, Mr. Were. You can guide us on where to take the photo. Thank you. We can have a meet and greet as we arrange ourselves.
Kenya, viva comrades, viva! Viva comrades, viva! Uhuru wetu. Kenya tupiganie na katiba yetu. Katiba yetu wa Kenya. African women on the front line. I think this should even be the tagline for LSK, because as the trend goes, I don't see the other agenda in the near future getting these slots. African women on the front line. So my name is Collins Kodek. Mimi nashirikisha Social Justice Centers Working Group, Western Kenya. And my assignment is to have us engage on our journey, the historical discourse of the electoral triggers and violence in Kisumu County. And this should be our collective story and our collective experience. So mimi nitahusisha because I believe we are better tellers of our story. No one else can tell our story. Comrades, Viva. So first, allow me to acknowledge the members of the Social Justice Centers Working Group or different social justice centers who had an opportunity to be invited to this space. By show of hands, okay. And I want to thank the organizers of this event for the good mobilization in terms of representation from different sectors, but also in terms of the age demographic representation, so that it makes it easier for us to have a transgenerational discussion and also an intergenerational discussion. And because you're talking about a historical process, where that history fits you, I would expect you to contribute more. If you are in the bracket of the 60s like me, our duty will be to talk more as the 80s listen more. Then tukifika the 70s, I would want the 70s to talk more as the other groups listen more. Na tukifika 80s, itakuwa tu hivyo hivyo. So that we are able also to articulate and represent our generations appropriately, quite discussion. And in that way it will be rich and it will allow for horizontal learning across the generations. Across the generations, we can go. So historical analysis of electoral triggers and violence in KISUMU. And I have dubbed this the way we see it. There's a gentleman there called Aristotle, whichever works for you, potato, whatever works for you, but eventually, utakula chipo mwitu, sindio? Whichever name you give it. So the way we see it, the understanding is if you're going to talk about historical triggers and violence, all these issues cannot come from nowhere. They must all emanate from somewhere. And that name says that nothing emanates from nothing. That nothing comes from nothing. And that is where I want to base my discussion, that these triggers must come from somewhere. They do not just fall on us. We do not just bump on them. There must be some cause or some underlying drivers which make them to come into existence. My assumption is that there's a very strong correlation between electoral violence and imperialism, and that it's almost difficult to talk about electoral violence without unpacking the heritage, the colonial and the imperialist and colonialistic heritage that we have as a country. And that modern electoral systems and political parties, as implemented in many post-colonial states like Kenya, are flagship legacies of imperialism rather than organic developments of indigenous political traditions. And nimesema kizungu kama wakili. Now, for us to talk about electoral violence, we need to understand where does it start from. Our indigenous communities ideally did not experience this kind of concerns. These are offshoots of the process of colonization and colonization by the West. Before then, there is nothing in the history of Mwafrika that speaks about electoral violence. So then, we need to place electoral violence to where it rightly belongs. And that, it is a legacy of colonization. And to detach, to find a way, for us to find a way to overcome electoral violence, we need to also appreciate that we must develop enough mechanisms that transition us from those neocolonistic thoughts and behavior. The hallmarks of colonization in the electoral processes is evidenced in authoritarian practices. And these authoritarian practices could be either direct or indirect. Some of you are great-grandchildren and grandchildren of paramount chiefs. Those paramount chiefs reflect the authoritarian nature of how colonial systems were designed. If you look at colonial, even legal adjudicators, they were so authoritative or authoritative in their practice, and there was no fair chance for representation, fair chance for defense. It was a one-way system. And the winner takes it all system, which is, you can see as modeled in single-party majority governments, and the other is arbitrary borders. And you know the issue of the borders from the Berlin Conference, which later on was escalated at the state level and then brought to regional levels in this country. And in terms of regional boundaries, geographical boundaries, then you can see that it is very ethnic and tribal in nature. So ideally, this is what we borrow from colonization, and then we have to begin thinking and behaving, develop behaviors and thinking that resonate within those localized regions. Therefore, centralization of power makes it impossible to consider the history of electoral violence in Kisumu as an isolated experience. In short, I'm saying that it's difficult to think of electoral violence in Kisumu without thinking of electoral violence in Kenya. Because of the centralized nature of government, makes it very difficult for a unit like Kisumu to think about itself without the effect of the national agenda, the national politics, and the national choreography of everything. So Kisumu becomes, just like any other county, if it has to think about electoral violence, it must also begin thinking of what happens at the national scene. Where I come from, they say that Taumar Rech Chakoge Kanye. The decay of a fish starts from the head. So if we are talking of electoral violence in small regions, then we have to begin thinking of what happens in the bigger space, which is the national government. I have tried to look at the key electoral timelines from independence to now, to study the pattern and the trends around electoral violence and how it plays in the national scene vis-a-vis how it plays at the local scene, which in this case is Kisumu County. To feed you some little history is that 1963, I think in this room maybe two of us were there. In 1963, when we got our independence, two major political parties, KANU and KADU. And we know that there were two other more parties. But KADU drew its support from those smaller communities, largely in the coast and a few in the northeastern. And their interest was the protection of their regions from being absorbed in the national agenda. And the elections at that time marked a higher voter turnout, but widely boycotted in northeastern province. I have two sweets for anyone who will tell me which was the dominant political party, which 1963 that came from Northeastern. Which party was it? Ilikuwa ni chama gani? Okay, watu wa ODM wanyamaze kidogo. Now, there was a party called NPUA. In full, it stood for? NPUA. Okay. I'll begin questioning this mobilization. It might have left my generation out. Eh? So that, in this election, that party had got one seat in the Senate. KANU later on managed to form a coalition after the election with other parties to have a majority representation in the two houses, the House of Representative, and the Senate. So KANU formed government, and the key thing there was violence indeed was reported in that election in other parts of the country, mostly the northeastern, and there were 4 killings in Isiolo. At the local level, election was largely a victory celebration for KANU, which swept seats in Nyanza. And Nyanza had 3 regions. Which regions were they? Nyanza had 3 regions. Was divided into 3 regions. Which regions were they? You know, if your table is not participating, I'll take the sweets from your table. Which regions were these? Okay, the easiest one is Central Nyanza. Yes. So there's also Central in this side of the country, minus a mountain, but there's a Central. So we had Central Nyanza here. Then there was which other Nyanza? Southern Nyanza, not South. South Nyanza ni yenu, there was Southern Nyanza. Eh? And then there was which one? How many guys know Morara Kebasu? Morara? You've heard of Morara? Yes. His grandfather was elected as senator. For which region in this year? Okay. So Nyanza had those three senators, J.K. Kebaso, where Morara comes from, Mbeo Nyango, and Makasembo Dio. At least those guys from Kisumu, now you know where Makasembo Estates gets its name, yeah? In the first Senate. So at this time, Jaramogi, Mboya were all in government. Mboya was the what? The Secretary General of the party, yeah? And Jaramogi. So they were able to mobilize support for Kenyatta, each of them trying to demonstrate to Kenyatta that they loved Kenyatta more and could contribute to that government more. And that's why this election was more celebratory for our region. Then came 1966. And 1966, there were developments. First was the neutralization of Oginga Odinga. The war between Thomas Joseph Mboya and Odinga began to play out more openly. And Kenyatta had 2 things to deal with, 2 potential people who could take over from him, Mboya and Jaramogi. So Kenyatta devised a strategy to eliminate both of them, as history will have it. So the first thing was to use Mboya and Ngala, Mboya, Ngala, and Omolo Agar. There's Omolo Agar Road somewhere here. Somewhere here, yeah? Yeah, so that Omolo Agar, they came up with a plan, and instead of 1 vice president, there was a vice president for every region. And that neutralized Jaramogi and confined him to the central Nyanza region. And that, we will see the impact of that on the local landscape. But on the other end is later on, after Jaramogi was neutralized, he akakasirika, akanuna, akaachana na, akaresign kuwa minister na akachana na chama. So Jaramogi's case was done with. But then in 1965, we began to see assassinations also. The first person to go was the man after whom I'm named, Arguings. Yes, thank you. I hope you see his, and Arguing Skodek should be known to LSK guys better, Sindio? And then there was Pio Gama Pinto, the other thing about Pinto is that the elimination of Pinto was because him and Jaramogi were more left-leaning than right-leaning, yeah? And Kenyatta was more of west-leaning, so there was need to neutralize Lies Pinto, not to bring a lot of those socialist ideologies into the new republic. Kadu ended up joining, so amendment in 1964, which transformed Kenya from republic, transformed Kenya into a republic state. What is the difference between a republic and we were what before a republic? We. At independence, what were we? What were we in 1963 when we gained independence? What were we when we gained? Who wants to try? Were we sovereign? Yes, we were. No, we were not. Or no, we were. So what were we in 1963? What is a protectorate? What's protectorate? Ama historia itusaidie hata. Haileti chakula kwa meza, si ndio? Yes. 63, that. We were East Africa Protectorate. Eh? What was the signage on the number plate? Magari za serikali zilikuwa? Were they What were they? Anyone who saw one? On Her Majesty's service. Sindio? So we were still under the British. Yes. Then in 1964, we became a republic. We gained our own sovereignty. We could make our decisions as a country. And in 1960, what was the title of Kenyatta? Minister, yeah? Thank you. And in 1964, it's important to jue hiyo. So Kenyatta had all powers by that time. So he bullied Kadu to join KANU. And so Odinga was left alone with which party? With which party? KPU. What is KPU in full? No, it can't be Kenya People's Party. That you cannot be party, bwana. Union, yeah? So Jaramogi formed KPU and had his people. Then the plan was to confine Odinga's influence to his home area and prevent KPU from growing. The registration of KPU was delayed until nomination day. Try to imagine that registration of delayed until the nomination day. What that would mean to your party's success in that election. And they were denied licenses to hold rallies. And and you can imagine Kenya in 1966, and the government FM station could only air news of KANU and not any other politician or party. So that was the scenario then. But what that meant to our local landscape was that a lot of mistrust and politics happened. In Kenyatta, there was a growing mistrust in Kenyatta, particularly the controlled regions, Kisumu being one of them. The growth of regional kingpins, like kama ya ODM sahi, si kuna hiyo story ya kingpin. So his story ya kingpin was also there, and particularly for this region, it was the tiff between Mboya and Jaramogi. Then ethnic polarization, the issue of oath-taking. Some of you know your people took oaths in Kenyatta's area, and the issue of stereotyping. How other communities then began being labeled and narratives being built around those, about those communities. Then political assassinations, which I've spoken to, and political marginalization. And this happened in Limuru conference. In this conference, there was, it was in this conference that when Jaramogi and his team walked out to have then Mboya, then Omolo Agar and Mboya waka conspire to have Sagini stand against Jaramogi. Lawrence Sagini was from Kisii, to stand against Jaramogi. And Omolo Agar carried Sagini on his shoulders and began bragging around Jaramogi. Sindio? And a musician who, and when in front of Jaramogi, what did Jaramogi say? It is said that Jaramogi cast Mboya that day, cast Omolo Agar that day, according to that song. Then Jaramogi actually resigned because of those things. What that was that was Nyanza was as one unit. The ethnic group became so wide, and the issue of the Suba community not being, and the southern Nyanza not being part of the central Nyanza politics also widened. Enough said about came 1969 in the national scene. Elections were to be held in 1968, but the constitution amendment which abolished the Senate in the life of Parliament by 1 year. 4 new constitutional laws consolidated more power in KANU. Every KPU candidate was disqualified due to few technical mistakes, so a number could not participate in that election. Remember, Mboya was assassinated in July of that year, and the presidential convoy was stoned KISUMU. KISUMU, which brought Kenyatta. Of Russia, existed at that time, yeah? So the opening of the hospital, Russia. So during that event, Jaramogi stormed that event, and people began Kenyatta with stones and shoes. And what followed was that the presidential security opened fire. On their way back to Nairobi, there was also protest in Ahero, people were killed, and there was also protest in Awasi area. That around 100 died, gunshot wounds. KPU was banned then in 1969 on that date in October 30th, making it impossible for any candidate or presidential candidate opposing KANU or Kenyatta to stand for election. And Kenya became a one-party state. On that, our area, the Mboya death because now the division between Mboya and Jaramogi was no more, and even those people who had sympathies for the Kenyatta regime shifted back their allegiance to Jaramogi. Then the Russia hospital, I don't know whether it's massacre or what, of 1969, extrajudicial killings in KISUMU, Ahero and Awasi. Jaramogi was then detained from 1969 to 1971. The marginalization of this community and any other that opposed the government of the day. And this is what brought, escalated the issue at Russia that day. When people began shouting at Kenyatta to contain his hungry people. And Jaramogi replied by telling him, feed its people. So Kenyatta got provoked at that and ordered for what happened. In 1974, I'll try to move a bit fast. This is the second post-election, post-independence election. KANU is still the only party, exclusive control of political processes. For you to be able to run using KANU, you had to be a life member and you had to be deemed as very loyal. So the issue of loyalty, fidelity, and what? And faithfulness is not new to the party. It's not new in our politics. Huh? Ilikuwepo ipo na bado itakuwa. Secret ballot was introduced for the first time and voting age reduced from 21 to 18. Candidates not aligned to KANU faced official harassment, were denied licenses for campaign rallies, and the national broadcaster new blackouts on them. Down here, ethnic animosity increased, ethnic marginalization, political persecution of anyone who aligned himself to Jaramogi's school of thought. Jaramogi himself was barred from contesting a parliamentary seat. And you need to know that a rule was introduced at this time that for new entrants into political race, you had to do a Kiswahili test. So Jaramogi was subjected to this test even though he was not new. So he did the test and passed. But by the time he passed the test, he was too late to stand for the, to participate in that election. So there was generally electoral apathy during this time. Then in 1979, and I think now many of you have had begun sprouting. Eh? This one going forward, many of you began sprouting. The third post-independence election, Kenyatta dies on that, and Moi takes over without much. There was enough internal tension in trying to exclude Moi from succeeding Kenyatta. It is only that the Njonjo of the day and their team did not do their work well, so Moi eventually succeeds Kenyatta. Campaign period restricted to 3 weeks. Try to imagine, campaign here 3 weeks for presidential election. I think it can be sweet, kama ile 3 days ya Raila, si ndio? Candidates had to be loyal and eligible with KANU. Many ex-KPU members were declared security risks. Attempt by one of them to sue so the president intervened. Who do you think is this ex-KPU guy who tried to sue the government? Who do you think it? I will get you a pro bono lawyer next time you are arrested if you answer this. Who tried to sue the government? For barring ex-KPU members from 1979, actually it is one George Moseti Anyona. So he took the government to court, but what happened is Moi proclaimed that the 5 ex-KPU leaders, including Odinga, will not be cleared, and that the ruling party is supreme, and no one court. So that alone invalidated Moseti Anyona's petition. Then locally, Jaramogi, of course, tried to vie in Bondo, but was bad, as I've said, and part of the reasons he had called 69 war. Jonjo ensured that he was bad. He was forced to take that Swahili test, which was meant for new political entrants, elimination of political competition, political marginalization and suppression, illegal arrest and detention. So, what this ideally did was to harden ethnic political positions. And everybody was pulling to their end. But now we have Nyayo, and in 1982, there is the attempt new, but then there's the coup, the attempt to overthrow him, and the rise of the 7 bearded sisters. How many can you name? Do you know any of Abuya Abuya, Moseti Anyona? Anyone wants to try? Students of Shakespeare? No, Orengo, was Orengo a bearded sister? Is he bearded today? Muite, no. Any of, besides Abuya Abuya, who else? Any other bearded sister? Mwachofi? Then there was a woman. Who was the lady? Who was the lady? In touch, then there was the 7 bearded sisters. The rise of the 7 bearded sisters. And this team was notorious for challenging government position. Until Charles Njonjo, borrowing from the words of Shakespeare, named them as 7 bearded sisters. But there was then the banning of all ethnically based associations and civil society groups. Odinga and former KANU Secretary General George Anyona attempted to register a new party. To prevent this, the constitution was amended to make KANU a single party state. 2 events occurred which had major impacts on the election. One of them is the 1982 coup, and second was the Njonjo affair, where planning South African and Israeli mercenaries to government, and all contestants had to get clearance from KANU, and Odinga with some of his members were denied that clearance. Locally, political persecution began, the detention, trials, rise of Mwakenya, political subjugation, rigging, and state control. What is Mwakenya? Now, besides what you use to aid, besides the energy that help you to pass exams, what's Mwakenya? So Mwakenya, Sindio? And it thrived on secrecy and on secret letters, yeah? And I think those secret letters is what metamorphed to the Mwakenya we use today. The Mwakenya as we know it today, yeah? Can help you in an exam room, yeah? So there was the rise of Mwakenya. And I think many prisoners of conscience were detained in this period across the country, from central, from where, but mostly from this region because of association with Odinga and because also of the coup. Remember that most of the plotters of the coup were from some of your regions, Upper Mlimani, Sindio? In Nyakach, which is in Kisumu County, the likes of Ochuka. So there was a lot of arrest and detention without trial. And I got shocked the other day. This was provided a state-sponsored violence. For me, I think these are some of the things I remember when I was very tiny. Omino versus Ouko contest in Kisumu. And I think for Kisumu, this was this was the battle, yeah? Omino, Mpira, na Ouko. What was Ouko's trademark? Ilikuwa tire, Ouko tire, and Omino ball, sindio? And it was so hostile because Omino was, though in KANU, was a Jaramogi sympathizer, and Ouko was friendly to the government of the day. And that's the first time for me I interacted with violence, even in the settlements that we lived in. And remember, Raila was released in the same year in February and rearrested in September. The issues of border clashes began. And which borders, where was this conflict? Which borders in Kisumu? Muhoroni, Nyando were notorious for those clashes. Then exclusion of candidates, fraud, and marginalization. And it's this time that Moi came with his famous phrase, Siasa mbaya, maisha mbaya. And this was ideally meant to profile areas that were not pro-regime. That if your politics is not KANU-leaning, then you cannot expect better than maisha mbaya. Then 1992, Sabasaba. And the spirit of Sabasaba lives on, yeah? Many pro-democracy protesters killed, repeal of Section 2A of the Constitution, restoring the right to alternative political parties organizing, then government amended constitution requiring a presidential candidate to get at least 25% vote out of the to get 5 out of the 8, in 5 out of the 8 provinces. Of course, Moi won, but he failed to secure the 25 in those areas, Nairobi, Central, and Nyanza. And you already know why he failed in those areas. Locally, there was the issue of Siasa mbaya, maisha mbaya, the issue of the rise of the Baghdad boy. And how many guys remember Councillor Oile of Kisumu? What was Oile known for? At least now I'm seeing hands. I'm coming closer to your experiences. Eh? What was Oile known for? Violence, yeah? And I think the hallmark of it was when Oile was given an assignment to stop Raila from entering the sports ground. And Raila came with a tractor. And I think there was a lot of death on that day, yeah? So the rise and Baghdad boys. And you know, what Oile did during this time continues to haunt us up to today. Because the reward for the Baghdad boys was to get a location in bus stops. You are given routes to control as a way of economic support. So you'll be given the route to Bondo, hiyo ni stage yenu, wengine wamechukua stage to Ahero. So you know, you owe to this guy your livelihood. And people will fight for him and were able to sacrifice their lives for him. And up to today, those routes are still owned by groups. I don't know whether to call them gangs. I don't know the right terminology. But they are colonized. You cannot penetrate those routes. And that was a seed planted by Lawrence Oile. Heightened border clashes, arbitrary arrests, police violence, and the assassination of Dr. Robert Ouko. And that was very gory, yeah? Because what it did, it continued to reinforce. Now at this time, we could call assassinations as a historical issue, because many people had been assassinated before. And the assassination of Ouko managed to coalesce the anger of people in this region to really detest the government of the day. Then there was and I think the assassination of Ouko became a key campaign tool or agenda for that particular election. Everywhere, everybody, the campaign tool was, we must reject this regime because of the ugly way in which Ouko was killed. The 1997, which is the second multi-party general election, we experienced the inter-parties political group, and we should not forget the mothers of political prisoners, the likes of Wangari, Njeri Kabeberi, and who else? Who really put pressure, wakifanya demo pale Uhuru Park, went nude, put a lot of pressure on Moi, and later on Moi allowed the opposition to lead in the appointment of those 10 extra Electoral Commission officers to oversee that general election. There were cases of opposition candidates being blocked from holding rallies, several cases of violence, but were not as serious as in 1992. And then the rise of Jeshi la Mzee. Do you know any member of Jeshi la Mzee? A relative? A friend? No, before that there was Jeshi la Mzee, led by the likes of Daudi Mwenje, Sindio? And Ndolo, Ruben Ndolo. Those were Jeshi la Mzee. And younger people like Chris Owiro, or popularly known as Karl Marx. Yeah? So the rise of pro-government militia came from that. And I think Mungiki just learned from these formations on how to do it better. But locally, police violence, political suppression, ethnic violence, political marginalization, and political intolerance. You can remember Nyong'o was a casualty in this period. He stood with which party? Nyong'o akiambiwa, yani unaweza acha mwanamume utuletee mama tuongoze. He was with which party? Masaya Ngilu. Yeah, so Nyong'o was a casualty. And in one of his rallies, he was even stoned by his people when he tried to sell the agenda of Charity Ngilu. So when we are looking at this violence, we need to look at it both vertically and horizontally. That horizontally, at our own levels, there was also civilian violence. Violence that we meted on each other, probably because of differences in the kind of the kind of candidates we supported for parliamentary seats, but also vertically in terms of our interaction with the government of the day and opposition politics. In 2002, votes were counted and results announced at the actual polling station, which Dorcas did mention, and the use of mobile technology. So for Gen Zs in the house, let know, mtu asikuringie sana. Before this time, there were no mobile phones. Hata wao wameanza kuinteract now hii time. And just being able to, this was a big achievement. Media involvement in real-time relaying of provisional results and the birth of pre-election coalition parties arrangements, which was a new thing in Africa. KISUMU, for KISUMU County, this was a Pax Romana period, peace period, and a lot of ethnic reconciliations happened in this time. And maybe the question for me is, which were the two dominant parties or coalitions during this election? NAC and political parties or coalitions. Then we had a but look at, even though nationally things appeared to be nice, but if you look at the local landscape, things were different. Pre-referendum, there's a lot of hate speech and incitement. The issue of regionalism, the death of Christine Mbai, and in October 2005, 4 people were killed and dozens wounded in KISUMU when police and youths engaged in a friendly march because the banana come to political intolerance at that time. And it is only in KISUMU that there were this kind of deaths owing to the referendum. Then we had our 2007, and I think for 2007, many of us know the story. 1,000 deaths, over 600 people displaced. Kibaki declared winner and at 5:30 on December 30th, and Dorcas to this on December 28th. Raila's party declared on its side. But as the day progressed, the margin kept on narrowing. And by the time people woke up, Kibaki had secured his lead. And the same day at 5:30, Kibaki was sworn in as president. The questions, the concerns around were the issue of winner takes it all, political and ethnic intolerance, PNU versus ODM, violent parliamentary campaigns and party nominations, and at the local level was the issue of party and picking. You know, the party nomination processes was viewed as compromised, yeah? So there was a lot of violence down here, and ethnic intolerance and violence, political incitement and utterances, and the election results. In 2013, we are having the first election under the new Katiba, and the failure of the ICT system, IBC had to shift back to manual tallying, which took a lot of time, but the result is that Uhuru was declared president-elect after 5 days of counting. Raila challenged that in the Supreme Court, petition was dismissed, TNA got the win, and that was recorded the highest voter turnout in the history of Kenya, 86%. Down here, the issue of winner takes it all still became an issue. The Jubilee Code, intolerance, parliamentary campaigns and party nominations were horrible in Kisumu. Police violence, political incitement, and disputed election results, much close with the preceding election era. Then 2017, the Jubilee Code, still the issue was mistrust of the electoral system, now even was more pronounced with the killing of Msando, disputed election results, but in the locally here, widespread protests and clashes following the August 8 elections and controversial repeat presidential election on, this is the time Raga refused, yeah? And this is the time, I think, it is only the EU Parliament which gave a report that disputed with a group like AFRICOG, yes, which gave pre-statements in support of the electioneering of the process, yeah. But I think that time, Easter, you remember, there was it was Nyaga who was at Amnesty, yes. I think was a very great champion, eh? And we documented a lot of post-election violence cases. The report actually was tabled in the EU Parliament. Amnesty did a lot of work on that. Then the issue of house killings, you remember what happened in Nyalenda, the case of which baby? Baby Pendo. You remember the gang rape by GSU officers in Nyalenda. You remember cases of economic disruptions, property disruptions, and the tension was just crazy. And radicalization of civilian groups. And I think the discussion at that time was around China Squad and the American Marines. Groups which began as economic groups. Later on were subjected to influence of and radicalization by politicians, and were extensively used to push those political agenda, negative political agenda. Then the last election, you know, was relatively calm compared to previous ones. So a shift in political discourse. Locally, there was one death documented. And there was one case of civilian shooting, and I think this was reported at our Justice Center, where a civilian shot another civilian who was attempting to steal another civilian's shop at Love Bar area. Police reports say that there was no killing and there was no violence, but the issue of criminal gangs pre-election was there, and disruption of political events, mugging and robberies. And now we remain to think of all these, which ones do we want to carry to bring to 2027, and which ones will we choose to leave? I think the decision is for us, the people of Kisumu. Viva comrades, viva. Viva comrades, viva. Viva. So ideally, if you were to think about election violence in Kisumu County, you cannot isolate it with what happens in the national space, because I don't know if I were to ask, how do you foresee 2027? Is it going to be tuache ifike? Yes, Bridget. Yes, Bridget.
First, thank you, the presenter, for bringing us from 63. By that time, we were still very little and small. We could learn them in school. And thank you very much for bringing us back, and even to date. Yeah, you have asked what we in 2020. The temperatures are not cooled, then a lot is going to happen. Why am I saying this? Everybody is for money. And we Gen Zs, since we are jobless, we need that money. And if we are given that money by another person, and then you don't give us, and we see your people bragging as if you have money, we start violence. That is one. Two, another one. We, the women in the community, we need a lot of sensitization on this, because most of the violence starts with us, women and youths. That is why you see us being mixed together, women and young boys and young girls. Why? We are very vulnerable. We don't have the resources. And these people are rich, and they are investing on us during campaigns, which is making us to be wild and follow them blindly. So there's a lot of high chances of violence in 2027 as compared even to others. Yeah.
Thank you, Helen. And you know, you need to take Helen seriously, because I lined with her during the Mlolongo time. And we can see the future from the past. Huh? Yes?
Good afternoon, all. Thank you very much. My name is David Ogoro. Thank you for your facilitation. Thank you for taking us through the historical elections. That we have learned a lot of things that we were not aware. That you said, what will happen in 2027, it is impossible for us to tell the truth, but recently, in the by-elections, in November, in the recent elections, that is the awake for each of us. Remember what happened in Kasipul. And remember what happened in Mbeere North and in Malava. They had few problems on their reporting. Only few in the main election. People were fighting. You all saw the evidence, and you all saw what happened. This is the awake for us, and it is a warning. We need to work. We need to work on it. As stakeholders, we need to work a lot to make 2027 to be a peaceful election, free and fair. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So in conclusion, I want us to if you look at what, and I think these are also a challenge to media, to be able also to pronounce this level of violence and organizing of violence at these levels. Because eventually this is what germinates into widespread violence at the national level. Kwa hayo mengi na machache, mafupi, marefu, manono, mbamba, I want to give Sarah to, is it? Yes, Sarah. I'm seeing there's a lot of hands, but I know you know how to manage your people. Okay. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you so much, Collins. Let's appreciate Collins one more time. I know his conversation has been very thought-provoking. I think for me the greatest takeaway that I really appreciate about his presentation was his ability to connect the national landscape and the local landscape, which is very relevant to us as we continue to talk about the importance of establishing certain frameworks and work plans for Kisumu that can be replicated nationwide. Sindio? Makes sense, Sindio? Yeah, so seeing the patterns is very important for us. So I know we have a lot of conversations that we need to have about this, but we want to create an opportunity for all of us to talk after the next presenter, Easter, so that we have enough time for all presentations and for all conversations, the interactions that we all desire. I've seen all your hands. We will give you all an opportunity after Easter is done. Sindio, karibu sana Easter.
One of the things is that always it is important for us to think that as we engage at different levels, that engagement must be reflected by the stories which then we hear. And the stories say about community engagement. I'm hoping that my presentation can be seen. But as we are talking about KISUMU, one of the things is that I'm looking at the issue of early warning and early response. And even in our conversations in KISUMU, part of it is that already we are in the response. We are not even in the issue of early warning. Are we in the response or we are in the early warning? Are you sure we are in early warning stages or early response? We are already in early response. It is, I will tell you why. Yes, but you see, we can posture, but already as we are looking at the engagements of the early warning and the early response, already we have issues which are happening, isn't it? Which we are not responding to. And which then we will wait. Is it on? Technology is an issue. Just show the presentation if you can't play the clip. So in the conversation which we are having, one of the things we are asking ourselves is that already at the community level, how are we responding to the new gangs? We have talked about, when Collins was talking, he was saying that already we had Baghdad, it morphed into newer, younger people. Then we got who? American Marines and China. American Marine and China morphed to who? The 44? The 42 brothers? After the 42 brothers? Mbogi came very later. Mbogi is what were very young. Even after the 42 brothers, apart from that one, they were the Israeli. Yes, there is the Israeli. And we have morphed into moving from that, just talking about the issues of elections, to the preparations of elections where gangs are already hired, isn't it? To engage at different levels. And that's why I'm saying, whatever it is that we are doing, we need to be able to start engaging in a response mechanism. Because we already know that even from the by-elections, we have challenges, isn't it? We already know that even during the protests, there were spaces which you were told you could not organize, isn't it? So at those different levels, it means that our response mechanism is a challenge. So part of it is that, are we able to? So as we engage, one of the questions I want to ask as I do the presentation, are we ready for 2027? Yeah, and it's a good thing to hear that some are ready, but many are not. And exactly that is why we are here, isn't it? Because when people say that you are ready, I will ask you why you think you are ready, isn't it? And for the rest, why you think you are not ready, isn't it? So if then we are saying that we are ready, isn't it? Then it means that we really have to start rethinking of how we want to engage. Technology Is it happening or it's not happening? Technology mekata. Is it able to connect to mine if it's a matter of the comp? It's it? Let me just do the presentation then. Yeah. Do the presentation. You have the presentation? Celine, give me my computer. So as we were mapping the different areas where we are coming, KISUMU, for example, as we do the mapping, which are the volatile areas already in KISUMU? Early warning. Manyata, Kondele, Obunga. I'm really waiting to hear KISUMU East. That's not even the one. So, are you saying that all places in KISUMU are bad spaces? So if you are saying that all spaces in KISUMU, I'm going by constituency, isn't it? So we are saying that Kadibo is the latest one. We are always having border issues. We talked about the issues of the border between KISUMU County and Vihiga County. And there have been issues before we tell us that it's going to be a challenge. Because there's been attack for university students, rape during conflict, isn't it? So part of it is that when you're looking at that, Maseno University students are having challenges. So if you're looking at now that is Kadibo, then we have said KISUMU Central, right? We have said KISUMU East. We have said KISUMU West. We have said Nyakach. Where is Awasi? In which sub-county? Nyando. So we are saying Nyando. So we are saying that the whole of KISUMU is on red alert. So when we say that KISUMU is on red alert, one of the things that we talk about when we talk about the issues of early warning is that already the by-elections are telling us that we will have volatile conversation. Airtime ni yangu tafadhali. Airtime ni ya nani? Tafadhali. We'll have very robust conversations after this. So when we look at the volatile, what are the issues? In KISUMU, for example, we are looking at the issues of here. Kindly tell me, I need a roving mic. What are the issues we are looking at in KISUMU on political parties? The situation with political parties, which is affecting KISUMU. The political parties realignment within KISUMU ensures that everybody is posturing about who owns what part of KISUMU. Because KISUMU is considered as the pulse of the region. So generally, when we look at all the political parties, which areas? Recently, for example, we had the question of where the market. Was it the war of the market of traders or politics already got into the issues of the market? So it is politics which got into the issues of the market. So which politician was engaged? Those are already telling you we need to respond. When you are looking at within communities, we predict what will happen, right? So when we are thinking about now, everybody is saying that everyone for themselves. After the Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga died, isn't it? What is everyone saying? That he sent me a dream or he told me something, isn't it? So what means that whose dream will we be interpreting as we go towards the elections? It means already we are having issues of conflict between politicians, and you can see it on when we say, for example, I will give ODM, for example, their position on certain things. So there's uncertainty, which then it means that there'll be a challenge as people go along, because already at that higher level, political parties' internal wrangling is a challenge. And it means that at the end of the day, it will be the community members who will bear the brunt of the particular political realignments. And when you look at the political temperature, how many women and men in black do you know of who come from Kisumu for hire? Men and women in black, hired at different levels in this region. You know them. How come you have not reported them? They're criminals. So part of it is that there are systems of reporting. It's your duty to ensure that you report, because at the end of the day, you are aware of people who are going to cause violence, who are planning violence, but yet what do? We keep quiet. My objective for this particular engagement is to look at one of the things which then we can see. So part of it is that this is part of KISUMU. It's a 2-minute trailer. We'd like to look at it so that it speaks to the objectives of this presentation. How to inform early warning, early response. This is something which happened in KISUMU, done by KISUMU artists. We can listen in. Part of it is that as we wait for this to come, we also have a lot of artists who are able to curate some of the work that we are doing. And we hope that with this curation we'll learn what to prevent. But unfortunately, some of the things we are seeing in this narrative continues to happen after every electoral cycle. Is it able to play? We'll see it eventually. One, we speak to the issues that inform early warning, that need early response. Two, we speak to the forms of violence, whether online or offline. And three, we will speak to the response needed, and we'll speak to our contribution and our mitigation processes. So when we look at this other one, we look at who are engaged at the different levels. So when we are looking at who is engaged, we are looking at the issues of data. All the data which we have shared before, has it told us anything? Has it been utilized or not? We want to think and see that we need to be able to engage on the issues of the data for early warning, looking at the indicators at different levels. We are looking at the issues of the reporting mechanism in the digital spaces and the situation rooms. In KISUMU here, we are aware that we are supposed to have a situation room. How many people are aware of the situation room in KISUMU County? How many live in KISUMU County here and have an interest in KISUMU County? And you don't know about the situation room? Only 2 people I've seen only 2 people saying they're aware that there's a situation room which has existed from 2007 to 2008, 2013, isn't it? Looking at the indicators at different posts, it tells us that actually this particular program is that when you're talking about empowering people to do elections, peaceful elections, that we need to have a curated space for people to know what is going on. It is not a civil society space and should not be owned as a civil society space. Because if it is owned as a civil society space, then communities are not able to engage. You can pause it and then we'll play it at the end. Yeah? So, if you do not know that there's a situation room, which then we are supposed to be reporting, and national government and county government are part of that particular space because it's a rapid response mechanism, then we have a challenge. It means that there's no information which is being shared by duty bearers or other stakeholders who then exist in this space. When we look at the issues of the intersectional framework, on issues where we are talking about young people, persons with disability, and people with different sexual orientation and gender identity, how are we engaging so that then when we are measuring when people are having a challenge, that this person is having a challenge, this person is having an attack, and that we need to engage differently. And if someone has an attack, or is before elections, you are marked that this is what is supposed to not happen here. And already, in terms of their alignment, we are already seeing that different people are engaged at different levels. So are we able to have data which is able to tell us that there are groups which are already being excluded, and there are groups which are being included, and that at different levels, already terminologies are telling people about where you belong. I want to ask, in terms of our early warning, what does chude mean? Yeah, chude. You're behind them. If the chude it is two-term. What does it mean? It is in your interpretation. What does it mean? Isn't it? And to the different communities, what does it mean? So the languages which are being used already within communities should be able to start telling us to start thinking about what it means, which formations and groups are utilizing those particular spaces, because it is only being used in political spaces. So it has a meaning. So for people who realign to the different spaces, how then do we want to engage at the different levels? And then when we look at how we want to, this has started. How do we implement a build response capacity? Local responders, we hope that this program will start the processes of giving us a capacity building on local response, which then can act. You cannot act quickly when something is happening at different levels, when there's not enough investment, for example, in fuel or airtime. So as we are talking about response, what is being invested in the issue of response? When we look at the issue of the capacity building, it has started, right? We trust that this capacity building will follow up with strengthened systems or referrals to different institutions who are doing different things to look at the issues of peaceful elections. Messaging. Have we started talking about peace messages? After Homa Bay, who has even talked about any peace message? Or after that, we coalesced in our own units to stop, and we are not checking anything about peace. We cannot say that when you're talking about peace and security, it is only during elections and not before elections. And when we look at the issue of support of dialogue forums and inter-party dialogue efforts, are we seeing any inter-party dialogue efforts anywhere within communities? Because even within communities, inter-party dialogues are not for politicians. They're also for members of the community who affiliate to different parties. When we want to look at strengthening decision-making processes, the clear spaces where we want to engage at different levels, it is important for us to think of what are the hotspot areas. And it is important for us now that there are new hotspot areas, which were not what we thought about before, that how do we then look at the risk assessment in these particular new areas. So for example, KISUMU East has become an area of concern. So when we're looking at KISUMU East, particularly for the member of parliament role, those are things which you need to think about. So what are the messages we are giving there? How many people here are part of peace committees? Wakenya wenzangu, how many people are part of peace committees here? The reason why we are having a challenge, we are not organized. And that is why we are going to agonize. So when I ask you a question, are we organized or we are agonizing? We are not organized. If you're one person, If you're one person, we are talking as a community. Are we organized or we are going to agonize? Yeah? We are going to agonize because at a level in which you think as a HRD that you can take care of the whole of Kisumu County, 1, you are marked. 2, you get tired, isn't it? And that means that when you're saying, and that's when you're talking about the issues of mental health, because even as HRDs, you get worn out, isn't it? So you cannot be on the front line 24/7, 365 days. And we are waiting for you to be like that up to 2027. Are we agonizing or we are organized? We are agonized. So it is important for us to really think how to organize, because we are going to really have a challenge, because the political movements at different levels are very organized. They're already having different people at different levels. Earlier you talked about that we are talking about monitoring elections, or protect the ballot, isn't it? And in protecting the ballot, it is one station, one person. Is it? Is it one station, one person? In Kisumu County, let me give Kisumu East or Kisumu Central. How many polling stations do we have? Kisumu Central, how many polling stations? How many of us live in Kisumu, Kisumu Central? How many polling stations are in Kisumu Central? Yes, Central. How many polling stations? Are we organized or we are going to agonize? We are agonizing. How many polling clerks are there in each of those polling stations? Atujui. Isn't it? So polling station, Central, 222. How many of us here are able to ensure that we guard per polling station? Are we agonizing or we are organized? So if we want to engage, it means that we want to invest. And that is when we'll be able to respond. And as I'm telling you already, our early warning is telling us we are not organized. We are not ready. So it means that each time we are caught off guard. Yeah? We don't know where we are. We don't even, if we are saying that I'll take 2, I'll be manning these particular ones. How many have by now, anybody who is interested in elections should already have gotten their observer status? How many here have observer status? No, I just asked a question. How many, it is good class to listen to that question. How many have observer status? What are we doing? We are agonizing because you cannot claim, isn't it, that at community level you don't even know the data. When we are looking at how then to engage in a process where you can even report, we are not there to be able to support electoral malpractices even within the polling stations. At another level, we look at how then, within our timelines, we have to be able to think. Elections are 2020. Hopefully. Hopefully. Are they 2027? Hopefully. Because 1, already there are attempts to ensure that what happens? You extend the time. So when you're extending the term, how are we prepared to engage in that extension of the timeline? When will it be? So there needs to be a situational analysis or a scenario building, which then will tell us, are there groups who are then engaged? Already we know there are groups engaged to disorganize. And who are the groups? Map them. During the registration of voters, how many young people or even older people are able to register? Voter registration had started. When we are looking at the issues of voter registration, how many people registered anew, afresh? How many do you know like you who registered afresh? How many people will not vote? Many will not vote. Many will not vote. It is good to listen to the communities where you come from. And the early warning is telling us many young people have said that, even older people. There's an older woman who told me she will never vote again. And she has influence in her community. So part of it is that as we are looking at these conversations, it is important to look at the apathy which exists among the political class, but particularly among the electorate. And it is a sign that people are tired, and it means that people who are ensuring that they sell the agenda of fear, they sell the agenda of being apathetic, and that they sell the agenda that there will be no change, are winning the war. When we look at the issues of historical injustices, which Collins talked about earlier, what reparation or what case have you heard of which has received any reparation, apart from, don't tell me about the case of, the one case of Baby Pendo? Was there any reparation? So how then do we ensure that when you're talking about electoral offenses, that we are able to engage at different levels? So one, when you look at early warning systems, we must ensure that we are already starting to develop messages. And I hope that LSK, through this particular one, should develop messages which talk about early warning and early response. We should also be able to ensure that when we get information, we can analyze that information and ensure that we use those particular information. For example, within the peace committees, how then do we engage? Unfortunately, among the peace committees, it is always much older people in the peace committees. So whenever we are talking about rethinking and re-engaging within the peace committees, it is important for us to have an intergenerational engagement. And that's why we had elders here. And I will ask Karen, as we go ahead, to be able to tell us that how do we want to get younger people in the peace committees, so that then we re-engage, we rethink, reignite how then we are sustaining part of these particular processes. But if we keep on having the same thinking, then we'll have a challenge. And then we look at the conversations where we are also saying that when we get into the different spaces, we must also have a bit where, when we look at the conflict-sensitive approach, the conflict-sensitive approach must also then find a way where we'll adapt activities. When we're looking at peace building, what is our prioritization? Which sector will get something which is different? Probably there are people who find that if I sit with you in a meeting like this, it will be better. But probably there are people who think that maybe if I use art, like this film, it passes the message. How are we then ensuring that we engage at different levels? A number of times, when we look at the engagement, there was the Catholic Justice and Peace. We had an NCCK, isn't it? We had SUPChem. It would be important to see if that we can have representation, so that then when we are speaking about how we want to engage, they need to tell us that what worked, what did not work, what can we improve on. So that then as we go along, we do not have the same conversations without drawing a different roadmap. How do we then engage with the UN agencies? So for example, a number of times when you're looking at who is the observer, all the observers half of the time, even when you saw malpractice, what usually happens when there are observers, international observers speak? Everything went? Did everything go well? Did they notice anything go wrong? Is that what most of the observers say? Are you intending to be an observer? So you cannot help if you are always in the middle. Yeah, what they call the ikiakata, where you are going or not. Everything you want to do? No. If there's any response? No. The apathy which exists ensures that our communities are really going to suffer. So when we're looking at these particular engagements, let's think about the early warning. When you're looking at the other issues of adapting, leveraging on opportunities, still we have the Peace Day. I think part of what we're going to talk about during this year, December 10th, we have the Human Rights Day. Should be an opportunity for us to start thinking about what we have learned here and start integrating the issues of peace and security in the oncoming elections, and also reflect on the violence which we have seen, even in by-elections, and how then we can re-engage at different levels. So how then do we look at different people? In this particular process, there are people here who are farmers. How are we engaging with groups who are farmers as HRDs? How are we engaging with groups who are children? Earlier we had asked, people were saying that we need to have different meetings. Who is talking to children? Children are also affected by conflict. Are we able to then talk about the issues of children? So that then when we are engaging with the different persons, and we're talking about the persons with disability, in our early warning we should be able to reflect on 2007 and say that the psychosocial issues which happened during that period have affected children to date. And these children are growing. And children are growing with post-traumatic stress, which has never been healed. And that is why we are having challenges at different levels. And at our early warning, that triggers which they see at community every time are the people who turn violent. Because they have learned violence, no one has addressed it throughout their lives. And then when we look at that, we have to ensure that the processes are also participatory. How then are they going to be part of a process where they're involved? So for LSK, in the mapping which we want to do, it means that we really need to be strategic to look at in scenario mapping. In the worst scenario mapping, what would happen? Do we have a repeat of 92? Do we have a repeat of 207? Or which one? 207 or 92? 207 probably is because people knew what was happening. Disappearance have happened, even worse have happened with no data. So part of it is that as we are engaging, what data do we have about what we want to do and how we want to engage? So as we look at it, it would be important for us to think, for the responders who are going to be here, what do we want to engage on? How do we want to ensure that capacity is built so that you're not always the only responder? How can we dissipate the different conversations which we need to have so that we talk about support for also different dialogue forums and the different efforts which we need to engage in? When we're looking at the issues of decision making, how many people in this room are able to organize their own communities at different levels? And how then will we work with the relevant, different relevant commissions, for example, NCIC, so that then at the different levels, we are able to tell NCIC this is what we want to engage on. Already we know that there are new commissioners who are being identified, or already been identified for the Electoral Commission. How are we engaging at that particular level? When we're looking at electoral financing, how are we calling out people who we know very well are organizing thugs, yet they're the ones who are representatives at the national level? And yet they're the same ones who then will come and vote. And yet they're the same ones who will come and organize. And because they wear a party emblem, you will want to associate instead of disassociating. When we invest in the hotspot areas, we must prioritize high-risk regions. And we thank God that KISUMU has been seen. But when we're looking at KISUMU, let's not think that it's the only one is our base, Yakondele, which is a challenge, isn't it? We have other spaces which then need help. We need to then say that how will LSK in this program ensure that we have an electoral violence risk assessment and facilitate identification of latent or overt spaces where there's violence. And so that us, as the people who say that we are on the front line, that we are ready. Otherwise, are we organizing or agonizing? Now you've agreed we are agonizing. Yes. Tell me why you are agonizing. Do you want the mic because it needs to be recorded?
Can you hear me? It's evening or afternoon, probably. Odhiambo is my name. Probably to speak from the Law Society point of view. The last point you've mentioned, probably the Law Society of Kenya should come up with a framework on how to look into that. I doubt whether we have that budget. I doubt. So that is why I'm saying we are agonizing. For us to take down that data, the Law Society is not equipped. Maybe my chair, West branch, can clarify, but we do not have that budget. That is why I'm saying we are agonizing.
Willie Otiende is my name. Naongea nikirepresent community. The reason as to why I'm saying we organize this because sisi kama Manyata B Social Justice Center, we continue to indulge community members on political education, study cells, and we conduct it on every Saturday, every weekend. So it's a continuous process. So we are trying to bridge that information gap. So that is the first. Then the second thing, sisi kama vijana, tuko na debt with destiny because bado tunabea unhealed traumas. Vijana wenzetu waliuawa na the regime. Na hata before the Gen Z protest, tulianza na Mogo Revolution. Vijana wengi waliuawa hapa Nyalenda, including wale matwins, Scott aliuawa hapa stage. Polisi wanatudanganya ati ni wezi walikuwa wanapigania sijui nini. So sisi because tulisema tunataka kuimmortalize hawa watu waliuawa, the Gen Z, the revolutionaries, na tulisema tutawaforget. So the best we can do to them ni hii unfinished business ya kupeleka Kasongo nyumbani. Hiyo ni lazima. Na vijana wanazidi kuorganize. Ni venye saizi hatutaki kupatia state rada yetu, tumewafichia rada. That's why unasikia wakiongea kwa TV mahali wanasema oh vijana wachukui kura. Hiyo ni uongo, hiyo ni propaganda ya state. Vijana sisi tunajua venye tunafanya. In fact, we are the most informed generation. So kama ni mambo na access to information, sisi tulipata free education. Si ati sisi ni wajinga, we know what to do. Ni venye tu mnataka kusikia position yetu. That is why wanatutrigger. Ati vijana hao kuchukua kura, tunachukua kura. Alafu nataka ni distinguish kitu fulani, nilikuwa nataka ni demystify. Kuna kitu inaitwa continuous voter registration na mass voter registration. Yenye inaendelea saizi ni continuous. Na huwa ina happen kwa constituency level, offices za IBC. Hiyo inataka resources. No wonder unaona bado hiyo turnout inakuwa chini kwa sababu kwenda huko lazima ukwe na fare na unajua vijana sisi hatuna do. But mass ikikuja tunajua tunachukua kura na sisi bana Kasongo anaenda nyumbani kwa sababu kitu alitufanyia analiwa. Kina Rex Masai lazima tuwe proud. Kina Julia Njoki lazima tuwe proud. Unaona? So hakuna kitu kingine ati hatuwezi nyumbani. Tunawapeleka with hizo resources zikue ama zisikue. Hawa sasa tunawapeleka nyumbani kama vijana. Asante.
Amesema comrade amesema nini? Yeye akore organized, isn't it? It means that what are we having? We need to also rethink that which are the spaces, isn't it? Different ideas, they are revolutionaries, isn't it? There are people who are ready to engage at different levels, so how do you want to engage? Any other question or feedback? As we are saying, are we organized, isn't it? Some of the things that, is that polling station of yours which you said was existing, will it be existing in 2027? Exactly. So what are we supposed to be able to do? Early information, isn't it? Because we cannot have a situation where you are bundled up for a polling station because it is moved, right? Or your name is shifted. Those are some of the things which we saw. So how do you want to re-engage? My early warning signals tell me that we have a challenge as a nation. And part of it is that we still have time to re-engage at different levels. One of the things which we want to look at is that as we are talking about the issues of inclusion in our organizations and in our organizing spaces, are those stations really usually disability friendly? They are not, are they? When we are talking about the stations, I don't want a few because the law is very clear, isn't it? So, what is it that we need to do to ensure that the people who need to vote can engage. As new voters, I have young people who are in secondary school who are coming out to the space where then they'll be the first of all new voters. I can remember when I first voted, registration of voters was done in secondary school. Who is going to secondary schools? Does the commission even bother going to do education in schools? And that means that there's a shift and we need to call them out because that is our tax. So we are agonizing a lot because we have young people who have ideas and we have young people who have opinions, but no one is bothering that because you're in school that you cannot vote. So part of it is that those are things which we need to talk about. So our early warning tells us tuko na shida. And it means that we need to respond. I hope you are ready with the response. Thank you very much. Or the video. Watch this video so that it's a reflection of what we need to do. You can contribute as we wait for the video to start. I hope it will play. Yes, Karen.
Witi, an elder, member of Luo Council of Elders. Whatever we are doing is sensitizing or doing peace, reconciliation between the elderly and the young people. So I happen to come from Nyakach, where we have somewhere called Sondu, where always you know what is happening in Sondu. Like now, you know, we are only remaining with almost a year to elections. It is good to start now. When I'm asking the LSK to please come down to the grassroots, see what is happening in Sondu market. Sondu, you know, even if you sit down, how many times? But we always do that peaceful coexistence so that our children. That LSK, I know this is grassroots, but here is a bit higher. If you can bring such training, awareness, creation down there, Sondo is the worst place. It will help. We shall call some from Kalenjin side and some from Luo side so that you sensitize us, so that we may remain calm during election year period. That is what I wanted to add on to what Lisa said. But you know, what is contributing a lot now? Long time ago, you know, they were fighting up there, wanaua mbuya, wasijua gwenge wanaua. Silikuwa watu wenye wana pesa huko juu. Na saa hii ni watoto wetu ndio wanaua. Kwa maana saa hii, with this unemployed, watoto wamesoma hakuna kazi. Watoto wamesoma hakuna kitu wanafanya. Unasikia wakiitwa, kujeni tuwapatie kitu kidogo mfanye hii. Si wataenda? Na huko ndio wanaoao. Na sasa tukiwapatia sensitization. And are graduating every day, every tomorrow. But there is no job. So it is easy for politicians to use them to create chaos down here. Let me ask you to come down, LSK.
Are we watching the video?
It is important. It's just 2 minutes in the trailer. So that you can remember.
Thank you so much, Easter. I think I'm actually, first, that short clip is very triggering, isn't it? So we are so grateful that we have a mental health specialist within us. Lillian just stand and wave at us. Yes, we will be having a session on Thursday on mental health so that we debunk some of the trauma involved in election-related violence. Because while you may not be on the ground, while it may not affect you directly, there's a way in which it still affects you by watching it on TV, by watching it on social media. Whatever you expose yourself to, if it is affecting your neighbor, there's no way it cannot affect you. So we need to have those conversations to ensure that we are well-placed emotionally, mentally, to be able to handle the complexities of election, the election processes. Okay? We want to enter into a brief plenary session just for there was a group there that was really ready to give their thoughts. So this is the opportunity for this. As Grace comes over to lead us through the plenary session, I just want to respond to Mom over there and say that as our presenter in the morning, Dorcas said, don't place responsibilities on LSK that are not LSK responsibilities, okay? Yes, so this forum is supposed to empower us to be community advocates at your level, at your home, at your village, so that you can be able to reach the grassroots that LSK cannot reach, okay? So while LSK can reach you today for the next 3 days, you are the one in your village, you're the one in your neighborhood interacting with those people on a daily basis. And this forum is supposed to empower you so that you advocate this message in your community. I hope that makes sense. Yes? And Grace, maybe you can share on any other initiatives that LSK KISUMU can collaborate together with grassroots organizations to preach this message.
Thank you so much. So for a very long time, the Law Society, we have been conducting legal aids across Kisumu County. I think some of you or most of you have interacted with us. And mostly because of the budgeting issues that we have, we normally use our court premises for our legal aid clinics. And for the first time, for the people of Nyakach, we are launching the Nyakach law courts very soon. And I think this will give us a platform for us to come to Nyakach and be able to share with you on issues of legal aid and how we can support the community members. Ma'am, for a very long time, we've been working with the Law Council of Elders from Nyakach. And a lot of times I've come to Nyakach Justice Center, where we have been able to sensitize members of the community together with my colleagues. So it's not all in vain, like my colleague, Madam Dorcas indicated earlier on. If you have a session that you feel the Law Society should come, call us, then we will create time to come and join you in the community. I know as we also go on into the election period, we'll be making use of our local or other vernacular radio stations so that we are able to break down this information that we want to share with our members of the community. So we are here, and today we are making a commitment that we are going to walk this journey through your support and through the support of the Law Society. Thank you so much. And so, sikusikia mkiklapia Kefiado. Yeah. I know Easter is very passionate about human rights, and please continue and continue giving us that space where we can all advocate for human rights. So very quickly, I want us to go through the plenary session. We had 2 speakers. If you have a question, kindly just raise your hand. The mic will be brought to you and address the specific question to the facilitator who handled the topic. Yes, Derek, who can help me take the mic around? Where's the other mic?
Can you hear me? Oh, thank you. I think the speaker was Collins Kodek, yeah? Yes? Thank you, my brother. When you started, I heard you mention that electoral violence was a legacy of the white man. And when I said reflect on my own history, because I need to understand this, I need to understand how it's a white man's legacy. Because as I understood my history, you mentioned that, yes, there were 2 political parties. And in those 2 political parties, their heads were not a white man. So then, we definitely know electoral violence are acts or omissions committed right before the election, during the election, and after an election. That is my understanding of that scenario. So I'm trying to connect, where is it that the white man is coming in for it to be its legacy before the election, during the election, and after the election, since none of the white man, any of them, ran for any political office in Kenya. So make me understand that scenario.
Taking another one.
Do we agree to take all the questions for Collins and then we proceed? Okay.
Okay, I'm Celestine Orimba. I'm an advocate for the children. So I just want to thank Easter for bringing the component of inclusivity, because from morning we've been just talking about the PWD, women, and the youth. So the aspect of children is very key. Because year in, year out, there is no any election period that can go without seeing. So as the key players in this forum, we need to have strategies. We need to start asking ourselves, what are some of the response we are going to engage so that to ensure that the innocent children does not die in each and every election period. So it is something very important, because when we look at the several aspects pertaining the children, they are seriously affected. Even from the short video we've just seen, there can never be violence without children involved. So what are we going to do? And I want to thank Easter for bringing that. It is something we really need to start thinking about, because even in many civic education, the focus is about the women, the Gen Z, but we don't address issues around children. We also need to have forums where do we listen to the voices of the children, the younger one. I'm not talking about the youth. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the presentation by our good presenters. Mine is more of a reflection than a question. Having gone through the session, I was thinking maybe we could replicate something that was done during the Maandamano. Can we have posters or maybe the short do's and don'ts during election, so that the diverse people in this room can use them for sensitization, because that is one point where I see normalization, or that is how we start validating the bad habits that we always get into during the election nearing period and after the election, such that so when we have that and then we have a referral pathway, if this happens, then who is the first respondent? Or within your area, where can you reach out? If we can map out those ones at the local level, maybe per sub-county, or have information hub within, we can start with the county and then disintegrate it into local sub-county. I think by the time we are getting into election, a number of people will have known what to do and what not to do. Thank you. Oh, my name is Kenneth Otieno, LSK.
Other?
Thank you very Thank you very much. My name is here, and I represent. Okay, Pole sana, yeah. And I also represent persons with disability. And my question goes on the aspect of involving persons with disabilities in this case. To what extent, does LSK work or partner with maybe unifying bodies like United Disabled Persons of Kenya, and also state agencies like National Council of Parties, in ensuring that persons with disabilities actually access this information? Because to say the truth, even this is my first time to hear that here in Kisumu we have situation room, something like that. And for me, I don't have that severe, disability case. So to what extent do you work with these partners, maybe from project co-creation process, all those processes within the project management? How do you work with these other partners in ensuring that persons with disabilities are really affected positively? And then another question is, when it comes to these maybe emergency response cases, because we know that we need maybe some emergency response areas in cases of conflict. How are they accessible? And how are you also working with maybe engineering department, because it also involves the structures, and how are they accessible to persons with disabilities? Thank you so much.
Before Collins goes, I have the microphone, and because what I'm going to say, I'd like Collins to build up on it. Greetings, my name is Achieng Achoki. I'm a community feminist organizer with the social justice movement. And the question that the advocate sitting next to me asked is a very important question that I would like to just give my thoughts a little on it as I connect it to what my comrade Karen said. and I'm not answering this question in the capacity of Comrade Collins. I'm just interested. I think when he asked that we don't see white men vying for political seats, I think Collins did not mean the literal white man on a ballot paper in a polling station. But what is it that we do that is linked to the white man? And when she was saying that CCE side, we have our presidential candidate, that is the weaponization of identity, where the white man did not administer Kenya to Kenyans, but he administered it along tribal lines, and now we had ethnic communities. That even politically, when we are mobilizing, we mobilize in the lens of ethnicities. Now we have Luos and Luyas, because nothing was stopping us from having a presidential candidate that spoke to us, the people, that is not in tribal lines. When she said us, the Luos, now the Luos have their own president because it's linked to the ethnic group, and the Kalenjins have their presidential candidate that is also linked to the Kalenjin group. But it is also to talk about the origin of sin, and that is the land question. And even when we were getting a semblance of independence, people were rewarded according to their what do we call it? Their faithfulness to the white people. It is also to talk about that even the laws that were created when the police were beating people, we know the act say that beat the natives into submission. That we cannot have a literal white man's face, but what we borrowed or what they created was a system of violence. I think that's my thinking, and Comrade Collins will definitely say something.
Thank you so much. I think let Collins respond, and Easter, and then we take the next set of questions.
Thank you for that question. One, I would want us to think about indigenous African societies in terms of social and economic organization. Pre-imperialism and colonial era, you have to look at these communities as egalitarian in terms of social organization. And in terms of political order, they have a distributed power model. So there is no historical evidence that will portray to you electoral violence in pre-colonial African societies. Then this is what colonization comes and imposes on us. One, it comes up with a political order where political parties have to be ethnic in nature. And I'm making this in reference to the East African Protectorate, that you only register a political party that is not national. You look at the efforts of Ari Thuku. Then the next layer of governance that it brings is the LegCo, the election of the likes of Hari Thuku. And also in the selection of members of the LegCo, the is that if a community is anti-colonial regime, they are excluded from the LegCo. So what does that do? That against community in political discourse. Idea of it brings the idea of winner takes it all, which is an African in terms of political models. Winner takes it all. Now, already winner takes it all. Political formations are ethnic based. Then it means it brings political competition of power and of resources. So what does that lead us to? It leads us to fight. If you look at the historical evidence on the Kapenguria inmate, it extends to that. When Jaramogi is fighting for no independence without, no Uhuru without Kenyatta, over in Kapenguria there's also a fight to kill Kenyatta, because Kenyatta is a colonial implant. So ideally, what this leads us to is, by the time we are getting our independence, we are already geared into a war that we were not ready for, we did not ask for, into a political arrangement of a country we did not ask for. Remember, Kenya was not our idea. Kenya itself is Ottoman Bismarck's idea at Berlin. It's nothing to do with us. We did not have an idea that one day a Kikuyu or a Luo would lead 42 or 46 tribes. That is foreign to us. So it puts us in a competition and in a war that we originally had not organically designed ourselves for. So you would struggle hard to convince me that there is any evidence that will show you that political violence is something that Africa would have acquired along its evolutionary line of political growth. I don't know if I spoke.
Bana.
Thank you.
Chair, I still don't feel both answers. I still don't feel them because when you look at what electoral violence is, the definition in itself, this happens before, during, and after. What you're talking about, the situation you're talking about is post-colonial, not pre-colonial, when the white man was still in charge. So that is why my question was geared to, when was a white man ever on the ballot that then they marshaled or propagated electoral violence?
One of the things which, as a Pan-African person who talks about Pan-African movements, is to talk about the issues of decolonization of thought and practice. In the history of our, we look at about what is written, who controls the narrative, and that is what is the colonization. In terms of who funds, we said who funds your movements, who funds your elections, yeah? So part of it is that it's actually not the white man. Now you'll make me go into my African colonialism. The issue is that the resources which came from Africa, from your own, even the word Africa is a colonial term, isn't it? Because then you merge people and you break people apart. Because, for example, if you even go to Tarime, part of it is there are communities who identify as from the Luo nation, who are on that other side, who because of the issues of colonization, that is what brought us into these particular lines. So part of it is that the deeper conversation of what people are having now is decolonizing spaces, decolonizing even how funding is done. Because, one, you have to note that for any regime, the person who controls you is the person who is your partner in business, for example. So who is the one whose interests are being protected? Whose interests are being protected? At certain times when you see different places, and let me take it even away from Kenya, when you look at even the spaces where we are seeing the constant war in DRC, the war is not about the people of DRC, the war is about the resources in DRC. And who wants the resources in DRC? So part of it is that we need to think of that we are engaging on the issues of decolonizing our different spaces. Think of how recolonization is happening in our spaces. So different people with former colonies are coming back to think about where do I take it. So I will fund even the education system, change the education system so that in terms of the education system, those education systems does not teach anything which tells you about your ancestry and about your freedoms. So part of it is that think about who funds everything that we have. And that is why we are saying you have to be looking at that even in our own movements. Whenever we want to engage in anything, we wait for transport to come from someone. If there's not transport, some people will not participate in something which then is engaging in a process. But it came from the way funding was done. In terms of funding, when we started having engagements, even in community engagements, the way, for example, the defunct USAID used to do work, is that you would be paid for your own development. And we got so used to being paid to talk about our own issues that sometimes we do not even want to engage on our own issues with our own resources the way we used to do it before. So the conversation on how then we want to rethink will take time. Because one, in your curriculum, it is already fixed for us to think a certain way. In our own thoughts and practices, the way our economic systems work, it is rewired to think in a certain way. So we trust that one, the issues of, for example, the issue of rape during crisis. Rape was used by who? Colonizers. Rape, the issues of torture, the issue of taking people away from their particular spaces. When you look, you conquered Africa and the generations which come, it came from certain spaces where, unfortunately, the person who came with it are the same people who are telling us about our own freedoms and telling us about rights in different spaces, yet that narrative of violence to control people who are in leadership was done by the same sort of regimes who are sometimes supporting the work that we do. Unless we change our narratives of how we want to engage, unless we learn to start saying that, for example, we want to partner with LSA to organize an activity on our own, then we will start rethinking the way spaces for leadership are developed and the way electoral processes can be done differently. So think about, even when we are talking about elections, sometimes you wonder those people who congratulate certain persons or certain regimes, that what was their interest. So look at the places where war is. As we look at those that we prevent that those scenarios do not happen in Kenya. Because some people thrive in conflict. When there's conflict, there's boom. You will be supplying so many different things in conflict. So how do you want to ensure that you change your story so that we do not have those stains of the Victorian times where you had to use certain methodologies to ensure that the classism which exists in our leadership is sustained?
Thank you so much. I think that's well put. We go to the next set of questions kindly because of time.
Mine will be quick. Mimi nilikuwa tunataka kuasert. You cannot talk about Africa's electoral processes minus mentioning colonization. Na hiki kitu ilianza venye tu comrade alikuwa amesema pale. Before 1894 1895 tulikuwa na system yetu ya governance yenye ilikuwa ina operate in our own unique manner. Then colonization ilikuja, the Berlin Conference 1884-1885, hiyo ndio ya kwanza. Then 1921, when Aridhuku formed the East African Association, then colonizers walimshika wakamwarrest, wakaban formation ya national political formation. So I think hapo ndo penye history ya hiyo history ya organizing based on ethnicity, hapo ndo penye ilianzia. And then bado nikilink na ile history ya violation yenye Achoki alikuwa amesema. Lazima tukumbuke what happened in 1954 because hapo ndo penye private property, hapo ndo penye watu walianza kupatiwa title deeds, zile ma title number, parcel number during the Swinnerton plan. So I think huwezi mention hizi vitu kama huwezi mention electoral processes za Kenya minus ku mention effects za colonization. And yes na bado nafahamu kitu comrade amesema pale, hizi processes zote colonization ndio ilipatia hii system yenye imetuimpose, hii system yote yenye imeleta hii marginalization na imeleta hii inequality. Asante.
Thank you for that. Any question? We take 2, 3 more.
Yes. But I have
Kuna
the mic here.
microphone nyuma yake.
Let me just do it in a very short time. I want to talk about what we are talking about concerning colonization and the things related to that. You know, when we talk about colonization and we say that the effects that we have now and the violences that we experience every now and again during elections and after elections are because of colonialism, I don't want to agree with this, because even the Europeans themselves colonized themselves, if you go into history. But then they still don't, nowadays, they don't, when they go to elections, they don't fight. But they colonize themselves. Read history, how France, how Italy, how UK, how Great Britain did it theirs. These people colonize themselves. So when we say that we have to be violent because we inherited it from the colonizers, I think we are wrong. What we should focus on is, even in as much as they came, they colonized us. Should we continue to do, even if it could be that they are the people who brought it, should we continue with it? If we start to say that, if we start to go historically so many hundreds of years ago and say, so we have to continue in that manner, what I think we should do is to simply change our mindset. Let us reason and understand that violence begins with a person. It begins with an individual, and it is an individual who should change. We don't need to blame anybody around this, because even when we talk about the Gen Zs and the youth, I've been listening to them and I've been teaching these Gen Zs a lot of things. They are too divided in opinion. They cannot unite to be one voice. And they are basically divided tribally. So even in as much as Gen Zs also may say that next time we are putting in a president, it is not possible. Because at the end of the day, ethnicity plays the role. So it requires a general reset of mind, and then we get a proper way to go. That is what I think about it.
Thank you for that. Thank you. Thank you.
Grace, maybe I can say something before we continue.
Let's have some order, kindly.
Yes. Maybe let me just say that I don't know whether I'm the only one who did not understand, who understood Collins and where he was coming from. For everything we do, we must trace the cause. How did it, where did it come from? How did it begin? I feel like, and maybe Collins can signal if I got it right, what his presentation ideally was supposed to do was to put our thoughts to reflect on how did this start? Miss the step. Is the only way to get governance. And I'm not saying that citizens are the ones who cause violence, but we see violence occurring in certain situations during elections. That is what Collins' presentation was trying to interrogate. He was not telling, it was the white introduced certain, then I think that is what I have to clarify so that we end this conversation. Collins did an amazing job. Even in trauma, you have to interrogate, why does this person behave the way it all begin? That is exactly what his presentation was doing. Interrogate from cause to effect. There was a cause, and this is the effect. We are not saying that his presentation is conclusive. We are just saying that is his perspective, and we are respecting it. Yes. Okay. Yes. Wakili, calm down, Wakili. Wakili needs to calm down. Okay. Yes. We can go to the next.
Putting that to rest. Yeah.
Okay, my name is Charlotte. I also come from Sondo. Okay, mine is also to congratulate the already spoken people. They have really taught us nice things, and that's a pat on their back. Okay, my question was on the challenges faced by electoral institutions. And that one, was the inadequate electoral civic awareness. I was privileged to be in the by-election that happened just recently in Kasipul. And it was very worrying to see that right now there are people who are not even aware that somebody cannot vote without having an identification card. Somebody just walks in the polling station and enters the room only to realize that he is not allowed to vote. The reason being, the person does not have an identity card and he is not even aware that is an electoral malpractice. Another thing was the issue of people not even changing their voting stations. One enters a room and only realizes that the card is reading Ruaraka and is in the room and very agitated, wants to vote. So there are a lot of sensitization that needs to be done to the public and the community at all. Another thing is also the issue of Sondu. I come from Sondu. Karen, you should be aware that there are a lot of conversations that are going in Sondu with the community members. And we are only calling also people to join us, even the LCK. We will call you LSK. We will call you to help us join hands in creating a lasting peace in Sondu. Because Sondu is always mad with a lot of things, not only the election, and there are other things other than the election multiprices. And just like Karen has just said, whenever we are always in the same political affiliation with our neighbors, things are always seamless. But when it is the opposite, we always witness a lot of very bad things that I don't know if any one of you can withstand. So that's also bring us to the tomorrow's session about the mental health. It is very key, and if it can be also devolved in the community level, it will be of great help. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for giving us a highlight of the recent happening in the by-elections. And with that, I think she's introduced us to tomorrow's topic, which is mental health. Sorry, it's Thursday. Tomorrow is Wednesday. Oh, I don't know where I got the program. Probably it's in my head that I really need mental health topics. Anyway, thank you so much. I think we've come to an end. There's a question. Let me take the very last one before we break.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Winnie Wenga Walcott, and I want to speak about violence on social media spaces, something that we are avoiding to tackle in this space that we are sitting on. We are speaking about violence on the ground, and we are forgetting about digital violence that every other day, HRDs and influencers and people who have a voice are met with the kind of violence that we are met with. When we were being asked whether we are ready or we are not ready for the elections come 2027, my brother here was talking about him being ready, and I was shouting, we are not ready. Because already at this moment, there's a screenshot on social media where somebody had, actually not somebody, one of the influencers, and this is going to be probably the reason why I challenge organizations and LSK that are in this room. One of the influencers was quote unquote soft threatening someone with Rivayala. I don't know if you guys have seen it. It was a soft threat, like Rivayala Okbor. Rivayala simbali. Na ujue Rivayala simbali. Na watu wakiendanga uko hawarudi. You get? And he was bold enough to go ahead and say that even with this screenshot, if you go ahead to the authorities, there's nothing much you can do because you cannot prove that there was a threat on your life. Okay? So this person, probably where they're sitting, they're looking at this person who has a lot of followers and probably a lot of backing, quote unquote, backing from where this person works from, and are wondering, are they safe now coming down to their grounds? Okay? So this is my challenge to organizations sitting in this space and the LSK. One, in as much as we are talking about sensitization on the ground, are we doing the same sensitization online where the purported Gen Zs exist? 2, are we willing to bring together a round table of quote-unquote influencers and take them through some of these quote-unquote, again, topics that are going to be part and parcel of us moving forward? So if we can do that, I'd really appreciate. Once again, thank you so much for a good day.
Thank you, Winnie. I think we are forgetting a lot about social media. Dorcas talked in the morning observers, but she said one thing: if you don't have the calmness to be an observer in a room, some of us, we tally results even before we finish voting. Sindio, before, I think I was seeing Kasipul, the results were flowing even before people started voting. So again, you heard it from her.
Thank you so much for your comments on digital violence. Let me just say that, by the way, as a project, we've already experienced some level of that. Just to put it out there, our original title was From Protest to Participation, and we had to change it based on feedback from X. So we've retained it, but we are not really using it out there. You're getting me? Yeah, so there's a lot of digital violence, but as part of this project, we're also trying to create authentic conversations which are necessary, conversations that are respectful and all that. What I can say is, as part of this project, tomorrow we are having a session on misinformation, disinformation, which will largely touch on the use of social media platforms. We also have social media influencers within us who are part of our project. They are also contributing towards the advocacy of this project and advocating for peace. So it is not lost on us that this conversation is very important, and we tried as much as the budget allowed us to incorporate all those aspects. So looking forward to seeing some of those contributions reflect in the deliberations tomorrow. Yes? Because we'll have a lot of activities, hopefully, very minimal presentations and a lot of activities so that the contributions, the suggestions are coming from us as participants. As we conclude, I just wanted to also say, I hope I'm not locking anyone out. There was, okay, let me give you an opportunity. As I state that there was a question that was raised initially about PWDs. Let me just say that as a PWD, you're your first advocate. Yeah? You know where the shoe pinches. And I just want to speak from a project management perspective that we had to tackle some of those issues to make it as inclusive as possible based on individual questions. Somebody making a phone call saying, or sending an email saying that I want to participate in this, and this is my challenge. How can I be facilitated to be able to be part of this important conversation? And so once you become your first advocate, then you speak out, then it becomes easier to address. I don't know if that makes sense. So we are championing all of us to be your first advocate for peace. Before you can advocate for peace in your community, and before you can advocate for peace in Kisumu and in the country, be your first advocate for peace. Okay? Yes.
Okay, thank you so much. My name is Claire Akoth, and I'm happy my sister there communicated on, asked the question about technology and violence in social media. And in the spirit of that question, I was just having a suggestion. What if we had, or we utilized for the next election, we utilized the use of social media, like having lives in all the polling stations, as a way of making sure that everybody is able to verify in the end, to find out this is what happened in this particular polling station, and they can attest to it. And in that spirit, I believe that the government is able to actually pay individuals to ensure that that happens. And another thing, and my question was, this question, I feel like if I'm home today without asking, I'll be troubling myself. What if we didn't have to register to vote? I mean, what if, in those challenges during the time Dorcas was presenting, one of the top challenge that was stated was that there is low voter turnout. So my question is, what if everybody who had an ID was able to just go and vote? Would that be breaking the barrier? Like, I'm not able to understand why we have to go and register, apart from the fact that it's written maybe in the law that you have to be a registered voter. So I was able to be an observer in the last election, and in my polling station, I experienced 3 people who just walked into the polling station, but they couldn't vote. They had their IDs, and the reason was they were never registered as voters. So I think that is my question. Thank you.
I think that's an interesting question. Easter, you want to respond, but as we also respond, I want us to take the mindset that as we call upon our governments and duty bearers to obey and honor the law, why don't we also advocate for us? If the law requires that you be a registered voter, why not just register and be a voter, you know, as opposed to not taking the opportunity to register, then we go and shout and say that we were not given an opportunity to vote. If you have an opportunity to register as a voter, take it by all means. What if, we can interrogate the what if, but let's focus on what is. If you are within a community and you are a strong believer in peaceful elections, encourage the people within your community to vote, and first, before they vote, to register, then they can. If there are discrepancies, we will not say that, oh, I was not on the register. I will say that I was on the register, but the outcome was not my expectation. I think that would be a different conversation.
I think tomorrow I will volunteer to put the history on why the right to vote, to register to vote, was a fundamental freedom. Because one of the things about colonization is that people, if you listen to the history about the issues of voting in any part of the world, it was an issue which then was used to discriminate so that you could not participate in electing people who then would represent you. So as part of that system of engagement, even in our own African context, people would sit, isn't it? And you'd participate in a process of voting for, let's say, in the rite of passage, isn't it? Each age set would sit and elect their leader, isn't it? And that means in that particular process, you voiced about why that leadership was important and how then that person then became your leader. That one is in the African context. But the issue of the disenfranchisement by political class, and by particularly when you're talking about the issues of colonization, ensure that you could not participate on the choice of who you wanted to lead. So it is important for us, the ID is an identity, isn't it? You are identified as a person and as a citizen. Processes of deciding how to engage in a choice of leadership, of how your politics need to be run, is important for us to think people must vote. So I think the history, part of the write-ups which you need to have here, is why participating in elections was very key. and why just even getting that registration to vote was one of the things which then ensured that different spaces were able to participate at different levels. So even when colonizers were coming here to engage, you would not vote in your own country, yeah? Because then you're of a different class. So you would not participate in changing systems and in changing different things at different levels. So I would urge many people to reflect on the history of why we vote and to participate in making a choice of the political leadership which you have, even in your own group. See what you want to vote for group, isn't it? On the choice of what you want and to remove people who you don't want, isn't it? So that you have that particular process of removal of people. So let's try. I've voted for a long time. The first time I voted was in Masana, Nangil. Some of you might not have been there. But I was a very proud voter for that particular time because it made me have a choice that a woman can be president. Thank you.
Well, it's not about giving my answer, but I am for voting. I know that it is important to vote, okay? But I'm talking about when we are making, processes, we always try to be as seamless as possible, right? We try to make them easy. We try to make them accessible to as many people as possible. So, for instance, if everybody who had registered as voters turned out to vote, I would actually commend the process of voting. But in this case, we still find that those people who registered to vote, you find that there are some people who still don't turn out to vote. So my question is that why can't the process be made seamless in a way that if somebody has their ID, they can walk into a polling station and register their vote and trust that their vote is going to count. In terms of, when I asked somebody this question, they told me that maybe somebody will use this ID to vote in another region. But can't we have systems to even detect that this person has already voted and their fingerprints have been accepted in those different places? Why do we, the question was why do we have to have another layer of verification of letting people vote instead of just allowing everybody who's 18 years old, a citizen of Kenya, to just go and vote?
Probably to help our sister understand this, let me just inquire from my good sister. Have you ever voted? Yes. This is how I left it. Walk in with your ID, you get to be verified whether you ought to vote in a particular station. That is when you cleared to the next step. If your voter is not on the online system, there's a manual register for them to confirm that you're actually supposed to vote in that polling station. So then if you, because before, before even you get to the polling day, the Electoral Commission, the IBC, would go out and actually emphasize that you confirm where your polling station is. That is usually a process that happens. Because let's say me, I do my voting at somewhere in Koyango there. Yet I stay somewhere else. The IBC has that period where you would register your vote or register you register for voting, yes. So then they key in your details and they designate you, or rather you designate yourself to where you feel comfortable, you can make your ballot. So whilst that process is done, you cannot tell me that you appear at a polling station and you do not know where to cast your ballot. Because this process happens first before the election day. How many of us agree with that? Yes, for those of us who actually went through that process, you verify where you want to cast your ballot. After that is done, then there is a day for the ballot day. You walk in, you verified, then you move on to the next stage. Because you cannot just wake up with your ID to a polling station and say, hey, I'm here to cast my ballot. So you must actually register. Let me ask you, where did you register your ballot at? Because if you did not, then you should probably do that. Yeah.
Thank you. Again, it goes back to the issues of control and avoiding discrepancies when it comes to voting. We all know that IEBC is a constitutional office established by the Constitution, and so they are the ones mandated to set regulations or rules that guide the process of registration of voters. Sawa sawa. And so with that, if you're not satisfied, please come back tomorrow for more answers. Ladies and gentlemen, we're here for 3 days. I don't want to keep us I think the conversations have been good, and we really appreciate the deliberations. So even as we look forward to tomorrow, those who still have burning questions, let us keep them. Our facilitators will be here with us tomorrow and day after tomorrow. So let us not give up, but thank you for your deliberations. It was a good one. Thank you. Allow me to, Sarah, to officially close the session. Asanteni. Simunipigie makofi. And for that, I'll buy you the evening tea. So talipa bill mkisha kunywa. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
I was proposing that we end the live stream so that we now do housekeeping. Cindy? Yes. As we end the live stream, I just wanted to say that